Yo, what's up? All the gamers out there, how we doing today? Happy Wednesday. Hopefully you're having a good one so far. And, yeah, I'm ready for some Pokemon TCG related content. Because that's what we got on the agenda. Here, today. Boy, oh boy. Huge thank you to Kayla Scott and Aaron for those subs to get the stream started. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Fufuji, for the Prime sub. And, yeah. Let's get gaming. We've got an international championship to prepare for. So that's what I'm going to be spending most of my energy and time doing here on stream for, for the next week. Let's see, why is my chat not working? Okay. You. Yes, you. Okay, we got Chatterino, good. Reconnect to Tricky Jim. Okay. Why are you not working? Thank you, Ketonomics, for the sub in the 6 months. And thank you, yes, very excited about the election. Big dubs all around here in Ohio. Chat. My chat is not cooperating. Why is that? Message history service unavailable. There's an error. Yeah, it looks like Chatterino is not really cooperating. If Chatterito's not cooperating, oh well, we're not gonna let that affect us. Technology be like that sometimes. I don't know, man. It's all good. When am I leaving for LAIC? Tuesday, next Tuesday. I'm not going to be in Brazil for terribly long, considering that I already did the Japan trip. It's like, I can only afford to be away for, so many weeks out of the year. So just kind of going for a relatively short trip. What's up, Gally? You're going to a regional in Poland and you're wondering what to play? I am also trying to figure that out, Gally. I'm also trying to figure that out. So, I've built Grant Manley's version of Roaring Moon. I'm going to try that out. If you're interested in Grant Manley's list, let's see. If you're interested in Grant Manley's list, then you could check out the PokeBeach article where it is listed. I'm tripping here because there's none of that. And then I'm missing, there's 4 nest balls. All right, give me a second. Yeah, I knew I'd forgotten the nest balls. But yes, Grant Manley's list is on PokeBeach. If you want to support him, make sure to check it out. But I'm very interested to give his list a spin, so. Okay, I've got 63 cards. Good God. It's crazier than I thought. Absolutely insane. All right, fine. Yeah, so I'm trying out Grant Manley's Roaring Moon list, which is quite different than my list. So it's one of the reasons I'm so interested to try it out, because this is definitely a an entirely different way to Roaring Moon, and not one that I have really been a fan of. I've tried like some iterations of this sort of list, but not this exact one. So we're just going to give this some spinach and see how we feel about it. And then, definitely make sure to check out PokeBeach. I mean, it's a paywall article. So, check out Grant on PokeBeach and support him as a creator over there if you like what you see. A firewall in the chat says that this is broken. Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of nuts. So if it functions, and I'm not going to lie, the very low energy count makes me incredibly nervous. But there's only one way to find out. You gotta get in the paint. So that's fine, and I'm sometimes you gotta make like really greedy concessions in order to push a list to its boundaries. So I'm willing to give it a shot and see what happens. It looks here like I'm playing against a Giratina Lost Box deck. I've been hearing a lot of talk about Tina, but not actually playing against a lot of Tina. Sada's off the top. It's wonderful. This entire game pretty much hinges on this Pokestop hitting good stuff. So let's see what it do. Well, all right. So our first initial reaction is that this list is garbage, but we're going to keep it pushing. And try again. First reaction, garbage list. But, we're not going to judge it off just that. That'll happen sometimes. That being said, you're playing a low amount of energy, and I cannot tell you how many times you need to hit an energy off of Pokestop in order to play Sada. Like that happens all the time, right? I'm not talking about cross switchers, YRG. I'm talking about 7 energy. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 4 darkness energy. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, we're gonna see how this thing does. 4 darkness energy. I cannot tell you how often you just need to find darkness off of stop, and that's what I know, and I'm over here playing 12. That's what I'm saying, because there's so many times where it's okay, I need to hit dark off of stop in order to keep playing, right? Okay. I mean, this hand is good, so. Okay. There's 3 darkness energy in the deck, bruh. There's 3. That's fine. It's totally fine. All right, now I've got... And there's no Ultra Balls in the list, so there's no way to get that darkness into the discard pile for that. Okay, we'll check. Keep that. Yeah, there's just like no way to get that down. I mean, I could go for Pokestop and see if I just hit. Man. It's like, and you don't want to put the Muse down necessarily. Sure. And that's the thing. I got like, what, 1 water energy in the discard? Yeah, there's only 7 energy in the deck, bro. I think that, I don't think this is it, personally. Yeah, Keto, I think just like, I mean, Iono, playing 1 Iono in your deck just gives your deck a dimension. It gives your deck like a dimension that it just doesn't have otherwise. It's 1 card, right? Like playing Iono, just 1 Iono, and you can, I'm glad to see everybody here is having pain. But I mean, I understand the reason for. I mean, even if you look at like Bax Caliber, still plays 1 Iono, right? And there are lists that play 0, but there are lists that play 1. It's just because having that, like having that other dimension, just makes you. It makes you a more potent deck when you can threaten. When you can threaten to, just limit your opponent's hand at the end of the game. I mean, if you just let players grow their hand size an entire game, then who's to say? And that's the thing, is that with Roaring Moon, you have man, this game is so cursed, bro. With Roaring Moon, like you have so many liabilities on your bench. Well, I guess unless you're playing this Grant version, which doesn't have a lot of liabilities, just the Squawk. But this there's a lot of other stuff happening in this list. Big sad discarding Iono off Pokestop. Well, that's why I play Palpad. You play Palpad so that, and then like once you get to the point, so you play Palpad, right? So then if you discard Iono off Pog, it doesn't matter because you play the Palpad, which you can never discard off Pokestop. Oh, in the Chien-Pao deck. Yeah. And then like, so you always have Palpad because you can't like, unless you squawk it away on turn 1. Okay, dude, are you awake? All right, they disconnected. Unless you squawk it away, you always have the Palpad. And then at the end of the game, you just don't hit the Pokestop. You're just using like Mew EX and Radiant Greninja to draw and Pokegears to try. And you like very carefully and very like intentionally use the Pokestop only in certain situations. Because you risk discarding your game-winning supporters, right? You just don't click the stop. Yeah. Unless it's like you weigh every single decision there. Right? Early game, you're always pressing the button. Late game, less so, unless you're going for a game-winning card. My opponent recognizes how cursed this particular match is and is, yeah, looks like they understand. Please. it takes like the longest time. The fact that your opponent can disconnect and it doesn't just give you the win is like kind of crazy. Like my opponent is no longer on the client, right? Like they closed it out or something. I don't know. Maybe they got a important phone call. Maybe their boss walked in. Like, come on. Cool. All right, I'll try this. Yo, thank you, Design Sensei, for those gifted subs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Sheesh. All right, we'll try this. This just seems so bad. All right, I'm gonna try it one more time, but like, so far I am not. Chat's back. Let's go. Let's go, baby. So far I am not feeling it, Mr. Krabs. And I'm staying with Grant at LAIC. So I'll give him an earful. Yeah. I think Miraidon is dead. Miraidon, dead as a doornail, would not consider it for LAIC. Not bad, but yes, if I'm flying across the world, why would I play a deck that's simply not bad? Why wouldn't I pick one of the best decks? Miraidon is fine. It's a fine deck. Like, if you can't... If you, like, are kind of really locked into it as a deck and cannot get your hands on any other new cards or strategies, then, like, sure. Yeah, go ahead and send your Miraidon deck. I just don't think that... I don't consider it a top deck for this format, though. And that's me. I love Miraidon. But I don't think it's a top deck in the format. I think it's like a tier 2 deck. Thank you, P-Boy Floyd, for the sub and the 40 months. Appreciate you. Azul talks about the spreadsheet all the time. Yeah, those guys use a spreadsheet. We sometimes use spreadsheets. Sometimes, we just like throw darts at a board, and sometimes we spin a wheel. Sometimes, sometimes we'll eeny, meeny, miny, mo, like eeny, meeny, miny, and then like yeah. Sometimes we'll have players play rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. Sometimes we'll thumb wrestle to decide what deck we play. Thank you, Termless Club, for the sub and the 9 months. I appreciate that. My guess is that Miraidon came from a Ouija board. Listen, bro, we just get in the lab and start cooking, dog. Listen, a spreadsheet's not going to tell you about, Rowlet and Alolan Executor necessarily. A spreadsheet can only work with decks that are, like, sometimes you just got to cook. JW won a regional with Rowlet and Alolan Executor. I got top 16 at that regional. Like, yeah. Turn path, bro. Spreadsheet ain't going to tell you about Miraidon, dog. So, yeah, this is kind of sketch, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, sure, Dallas. All right, spreadsheets are a good idea, and I definitely do recommend them. We use spreadsheets too. We don't like, worship the spreadsheet. And sometimes we go off of vibes. I don't know. Sometimes we go off vibes. Sometimes we go off data. Sometimes you just got to convince your. Sometimes you just got to convince your friends that Miraidon's the play for Worlds. Sometimes you just got to do that. Now, the spreadsheet method is definitely like the best method of picking results. I'm kind of just trolling right now. Like that method's great. But also sometimes it's like just play the deck that you like the best. I mean, listen, obviously the spreadsheet ideal is not like, it's not like, sometimes you divert, I don't know, and sometimes the spreadsheet's like inconclusive. Or sometimes the spreadsheet is just telling you that there are a bunch of decks that are a good play, right? It's like the spreadsheet doesn't just, it's not, you know what I mean? And then like your data into the spreadsheet is always going to be relatively, you know what I'm saying? Like your spreadsheet data can always be biased as well. That's why I'm kind of like, you know what I mean? Because Azul and Tord don't necessarily pick the same deck for every event, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and those are two of the best players in the world. So, but they don't always, so data requires interpretation. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So it's like, it's not, what I'm trying to say is that there is not a foolproof way of determining the play for an event. There is not a secret formula. And so like sometimes I troll when I answer that question because it's like, because there's not. It's like people want a surefire, concrete way of determining the play for an event, but there isn't. You know what I mean? There just isn't. Like, it's an art and a science. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like, look at the top 4 of the World Championships, right? You've got Michael Pramawat playing Lost Tina. You've got Guardy. You've got Tord playing Guardy again. You've got Mew VMAX, right? 2 Mew VMAXs. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, which one of them was wrong? You can't really say, getting to the top 4 at an event like that, you can't really say that any of them was wrong. And just because Mew VMAX wins doesn't necessarily mean that Guardy or Lost Tina weren't like phenomenal plays. And I don't even think that it's necessary to say that I was wrong playing Miraidon, because I grinded through day 1 and then made my way into day 2 with Miraidon, right? Which is a huge accomplishment, grinding all the way through day 1 and then to make it to day 2. And then now look at Miraidon, right? Miraidon just won a regional championship. Is JW wrong for playing Miraidon? Like, what's... And then Azul's group hates Miraidon, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, Azul's group hates Miraidon. But then our group loves Miraidon. And we have results to back that up. So what did the spreadsheet say about Miraidon? And where did the spreadsheet fail them on Miraidon, right? Because the spreadsheet didn't tell them that Miraidon was a serious contender, and yet it's got the results. So then what, right? So that's all I'm trying to say. Is that it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, well, it has to be done this way, or, oh, it has to be done that way. It's more of like it's like a, you know, it's kind of an organic thing. It's not purely data driven. It's not purely vibes driven, but it's kind of both, right? Am I wrong? Like, am I wrong though? Right? Like, it's kind of just like that. Yeah, it sounds like we need a vibe sheet. That's right. So yes, spreadsheets could be like very helpful in helping you to narrow things down. But then part of me is like, why do I need a spreadsheet if I could just go on Limitless and look at the data? So we take Limitless. So when we're picking a deck, we look at Limitless data because that's just the spreadsheet right there, right? It's like spreadsheets used to be something that you kind of had to make yourself and do your own. But now the Limitless data and like the Trainer Hill data, like you're getting. Whereas with your own spreadsheet, maybe you get 100 games in, right? You know, maybe you get 100 games in. Like maybe, if you're lucky, right? Well, there's lots of bad players, but you're getting more. It gives you kind of like a... Yeah. Yeah, Cyrus Davis picked Intel Urshi because of its limitless win rate and won an IC. Yeah. What's the Moneyball approach for baseball? I don't know. Is that a good comparison? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. It's basically advanced analytics. Yep. But yes, I think all testing groups should be looking at that data 100%, right? So then part of what allows you as a testing group to like determine a broken play for an event is that you take the data from websites like Limitless and this deck is terrible. You take the... Oh my gosh, this deck is terrible. You take the data from websites like Limitless and Trainer Hill, and you determine what the top plays are, and then if you have a deck that defeats the top plays, then that's like, you know, that's pretty poggers. Yes, this is the exact list that Grant Manley said he broke the format with. Yes. So far, it has not won a game. Uh-huh. I'm be honest, Grant. Clough was better than this. Clough. Yes, Cloth was actually like cranking out dubs, dude. So that's my wishy-washy answer to how do you pick a deck for an event. You know, am I trolling when I say you go off the vibes? No. But am I 100% truthful when I say it's based off of vibes? Also no. Right? So you use a combination of vibes, data, and the deck that you like the best. Well, I'm thinking like if I'll take what is discernment for 500. Yes, I mean basically, right? You just use intelligent discernment. Like that's just it. Like there is no secret recipe. That's it. There's no secret recipe. You just have to unfortunately a lot of it is experience. It's experience. So when people say it's about getting good, they're not lying. You just, all right, I'll take back everything I said about Grant's atrocious list if we can donk these Charmanders. And I love Grant, by the way, which is why I'm allowed to, give him a hard time here. Me and Grant are bros. Okay. I mean, I'm staying with him in LAIC. Yeah, I love Grant. Yes, 100%. Yes, I'm staying with him at LAIC. Probably get Squawk. Well, the reason I'm not getting Squawk is because I have this dark patch in my hand. And I might want to use that. So, and I trust that I'll draw it with Conceal. If I see the next 8 cards and I don't find like another basic search card, yeah, that's crazy. So. All right, the waters are in. Okay. But then that's my beef with this deck is that it doesn't play Ultra Ball. So like you can never like Earthen Vessel. It's so cringe, honestly. All right. Yeah. Ultra Ball is such a good card for this deck. So then you have to like Mysterious Tail into like, and you see how kind of cringe this is? All right. like what the heck? This is not good, bro. This is like playing no Ultra Ball is like terrible. Playing 7 energy is also terrible. All right. Finally. Yeah. Holy smokes. So you have to double enter. It's like I can't even pull off the turn one. Yeah. It's fine. I can't pull off the turn 1 bonk because I need to have 2 energy in the discard pile. And then, oh my god, yeah. Okay, fine. Let's see, do I have 2? I do have 2. Okay, yeah, actually, never mind, I can. Okay, here we go. Yep, Sadis. Yes, and then I have to hit double energy switch. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm cooking. All right. If only I could find a Ultra Ball. It's fine. Okay. Pokestop. And we're 1 card off. Get it. We're an energy switch shy of getting it. Dang, bro. I did end up needing the Squawk, you're right. But I didn't find a single Nest Ball or VIP pass off. That's just... I don't know. I feel like there's some validity to getting the... But I guess maybe I should have just Squawked. Why quit? Keep it pushing. We'll get on a roll here momentarily. Yeah, combo or bail. Yeah. I'll just keep pushing, bro. I do not like this list. I do not. And I guess I gotta, what, put Roaring Moon down in case I'm against an Iron Valiant. But I'm gonna try to learn it. That's fine. I'm gonna try and learn it because there's definitely some, you know, weird stuff that you have to do in order to make it work. So, like, I am going to be willing to try some of that weird stuff here and just actually try to learn the list and play it not like garbage. So then, you know, if I could get to that point, then that's fine. I do think that this deck, like, why not Ultra Balls, man? It feels like you've got almost 0 way to get energy into the discard pile. Well, that's the thing, is like, okay, so with like a high caliber testing group like that, like if Grant publishes a list, and then he's like, oh man, I can't believe I leaked it, bro. And it's like, then that 100% means that he is not going to play it for the event. 100%. You know? There's no way. 100%, right? Like, there's no way. Like, I don't believe that for a second. that he would actually play a list like this after publishing it a week before the event, right? Like, I don't think so. So we're just not using that dark patch. It's like, I'm going to get... Getting 2 darkness into the discard pile is going to be such a chore with this list, bro. Such a chore. Because you play 4. You play 4, bro. All right. And then it's like, I have to find... And since this deck doesn't play... Look, how many times do we get into this situation where I have to find a card that discards darkness energy off of Mew, or Pokestop. And it's like, since the list doesn't play Ultra Ball, you constantly are like, I guess I have to find an Earthen Vessel. There's no Ultra Ball on the list. You see? All right. So it's not possible. The only energy I was able to get into the discard pile was the one that I used Radiant Greninja for. And then sure enough, okay, here we are. And we've got Energy Switch, but there's no point in Energy Switch. Holy smokes. Okay. Yeah, it just seems like a very poorly optimized deck, if I'm being honest, but that's fine. No, no, no. I'm gonna No, I'm going to do my due diligence and actually try to suss this out. Oh, it could definitely be, it could be bait, but I'm going to try it. You don't need to muse down. I read Grant's article. I even think, as far as building a ninja list goes, that this is not, like, I feel like the shoes are pointless. The shoes are just pointless. Like, that card is a trap. Why not just play more energy? There's times where it's like, oh, you just would rather those 4 cards just be just energy, frankly. The only item that discards darkness energy in this deck is Earthen Vessel. And instead, it's like, or you could play Ultra Ball, and then you have 8 different cards that, yeah. I thought I was clicking Seda there. It's all good. Lord have mercy. Holy smokes. That was just a misclick, but it's fine. There is a 1 prize attacker. You're looking at him right now. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, this just feels, it feels less consistent, which is not what I wanted out of my Roaring Moon deck. Like, why would you play all these items in less options to make your deck less consistent? At doing, like, you can find the list on Grant Manley's latest Pokebeach article, which is paywall. I'm not going to, like, parade the list around because I want to support his content. That being said, I will critique the content. Yes. Yes. Thankfully, I just kind of having, oh, Lord have mercy. God, I didn't think that they were going to do this. But I guess I should not have wasted all that. juice powering that thing up. Like, there's not a single energy left in this deck, bro. Just this water one right here. I suppose I kind of just have them checkmated, so that's, well, not checkmated, but in a good spot. But I have no energy left in the deck. So there's that as well. So then what? In order... we have to Seda again. I guess Seda's the only supporter in this deck, so that's fine. Right, so then we probably get like Rock Sand and then, you know, Sableye. And then I have to find Double Cross Switch or win on Giratina V. Gusting out the Radiant Greninja. I guess they're just trying to stall this thing active. Right? Which makes sense. And then there's the Roxanne. I mean, those are great cards. It does feel bad. There is literally no energy left for Radiant Greninja even to draw cards with. And this deck doesn't play Mew EX either. So, I mean, Mew EX gives you such a good push at the end. I will say Grant was also laughing at me for playing Miraidon at Worlds. Laughing at me. And he was livid. He was so mad that I was doing well with Miraidon while he was getting just like spun around and spit out. He was so mad about it. He was like, bro, you're playing Miraidon? Like acting like it was the most unserious thing in the world. Like, to my face. That's the kind of rapport that we have. So yeah, the most Grant thing ever. Yeah, he was so bad. He's like, you're playing Miraidon, you know. He was like, and he was just like getting just all right. So, I mean, we just have to get good and draw everything here, right? And it's like, and we don't play Mew. So you just have to like draw into Double Cross Switcher. Holy smokes, dude. Well, now we have to get really good. I'm going to be honest with you, chat. This list ain't it. No, I just am not like this particular build. I'm just not. I mean, I think that there's. I mean, I'm talking like it's like an 8 minimum. I think the shoes are troll, and I think Mew EX is sick, and I guess you got a double energy switch to pull off the Greninja, so that's fine. We're at 59 cards. I don't like you could go 3 switch cart, and Nest Ball is very troll. Ultra Ball is just Ultra Ball is one of the best cards in the dang deck, dude. Like, it gets dark into the discard pile. It thins your hand down for restart draws. Like, it's just trying to play the deck without Ultra Ball just seems like just pure cap. Pure cap. Like, what? Yeah, like, get real. All right. That's what I'm saying. I'd play 6 Ultra Ball if I could. Yeah, 100%. I'm even willing to, like... Let's see. Okay. I think that, like, if you're going for... two rope, 2 switch cart, and then you could play, like... I don't hate the idea of the one Mew. You know, if we're playing 4 switch cards and... You know, because we're a combo buster deck. I do like fish, but I'm trying to divert from my original list to, like, try different things. 3 ultra and a heavy. We're at 4 ultra, period. Now we don't have to play the Mew. But I think having 2 single prizers is good, so that way you can force a single prizer. Yeah. And they can't escape rope around it. Okay. All right, we're going to try this. I like Iono personally, but I kind of have like a list. I have a list that's supporter heavy. When I say supporter heavy, plays like 6 supporters, or 7, right? I appreciate that, Ultrias. Thank you. Yes, I have a more supporter heavy list that I'm already, like, pleased with. Like, that list is fine. So now I'm just exploring different ways to moon, you know? Because I'm not going to know unless I try other things, right? See, like, look right here. This happens, yeah. You just, even if you play 11 energy, sometimes they're hard to come by. But we have the Earthen Vessel, thankfully. All right. Reggie's. Now, what can we do to beat Reggie's? Just race them down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This list is already giving me good positive vibes. Super positive. Now, weirdly, there's not a single card in this hand that you want to Earthen Vessel away. That is strange, isn't it? So we do this. That or we get rid of the dark patch. We could do that. All right. I guess if I could get away with not putting Squawk down, then I should do that. So I don't play a Mew. So I'll just get... And these guys can get knocked out by... Yeah, and that can be softened up by... Yeah, so we really just want the last moon. Yeah. So we're just getting these guys. I think that's kind of like the... That's that. And then we want to hit darkness off of the Pokestop, so we're going to try that first. Yep. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Look how good Ultra Ball is. Man, I love Ultra Ball. I talked about how good of a card Ultra Ball is. Man. Tell you what. They don't make Pokemon cards like Ultra Ball every day. Let's go to the active in case I absolutely have to retreat it. But we don't. Man, look at that. See? Now, if I didn't have Ultra Ball, then I wouldn't be able to attack here. It's just like, and there's twice as many darkness energy. I know I'm popping off, but man. I'm just saying, there's some things that you just do to make the deck work. Ah, it's fine. I should have roped in the dark patch to the Roaring Moon here, but it doesn't really matter. I think Nest Ball over Ultra Ball is just such a troll, yeah. Okay. All right, and then we're probably going to end up using this Mew to draw. Yeah, I mean, I like Brute Bonnet too. I've been a big Brute Bonnet fan. Yeah, for a little while now. That card, I mean, it's a significant single prize attacker. It's not unlike Pokemon Go Zapdos in Miraidon. It feels the same. It's just this guy that's like a little bit bigger than anybody really wants to knock out, and he does the right amount of damage. He knocks out Cramorant. He can knock out Radiant Greninja if you've got the capsule attached to it. Right. It's just like, it can allow you to hit 230. It knocks out Reggies. But I like the idea of exploring Radiant Greninja as a single prize attacker because Radiant Greninja is, in a lot of ways, the best single prize attacker in the game. So, why not? Okay. Got a bad feeling about this, Scoob. You know, thank you, Miko, for the tier 3 sub. Appreciate you, Brett. Thanks. And huge happy birthday to Shupan. Yes, one of our very own moderators. How's a birthday today? Birthday boy Shuban. Happy birthday to you, Shuban. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. I have this sneaking suspicion like I am going to get smoked here. They don't need a lot. And they have the vessel? Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty much GG's. What? Like, and I guess I have a stadium to discard now. No, it's not GG's. All right, I'll play. Fine. All right. I just need stadiums, man. You've had to refresh a network error. I think Twitch is having issues, so I do apologize, you know, for that if you're having issues. There's nothing I can do about it on my end. All right. You know, well, that's actually good for next turn, so that's fine. Ultra Ball is good for us. Seda is good for us. All right, gamers. We're back gaming. So if they do 40 here, I could heal 30 of that, put it at a... Yeah, the problem is if they Terra Spark and hit my Mew, then they can... they can finish it off. So they hit here, they hit Roaring Moon and Mew, and then they can win in 2 turns if they get their cards just right. And this list is not playing an Iono right now, which I think is also cringe. Because Iono is a good card. See, they know. Thank you, Astro Zombie, for the Prime sub. Ooh, a Darkness Energy. Okay. I could... No, you can't Radiant Greninja twice. They're probably just continuing to swing. I'm just saying, we do have a switch cards. So if I can find that card... If I can find switch cards, then I can heal my Mew. Should I go around this Regieleki? Probably. Don't want to give them it. I don't want to give them any more cards. That's fine. I don't want to counter the stadium either. Oh, Registeel can one-hit KO Mew anyway. Holy smokes. I did forget about that. Yeah, so the switch card doesn't even matter. This is just a situation where, like, my other list, you know, I was toying around with Collapsed in it. This is a situation where, like, Cross Switcher Iono would be insane. But here, we're just going to try and not proc the gift energy is going to be our way to try and win this thing. I mean, right now, they're not even taking a knockout on the Roaring Moon, so... And I've only got 2 prizes left. Oh, they are taking a knockout on the Roaring Moon. Holy smokes, I'm bad at math. Never mind, I take that back. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's a KO. I forgot that thing is not... I was just like, oh yeah, Roaring Moons have 290 hit points, which is what I'm used to seeing in, you know, in the lists that I've been running. Okay. So... But no, Roaring Moons do not naturally have... Okay, we got Switch Carts and Pokestop. I suppose Counter Catcher is just like a win con for them. And if I give them Pokestop, there's a higher chance of them finding it. But I mean, yeah, the odds of them finding that are just, it's pretty easy, so. We just take the knockout and just hope for the best. Oh. Suppose I have to put that down. Yeah, none of this matters. Okay. And then I discard the stadium. Okay, so that doesn't matter. Yeah. How do I see Miraidon? I think Miraidon's best days are behind it. Unfortunately. I'm a little less hung up on Miraidon than like Jesse and JW are. Jesse and JW are like kind of big hung up on Miraidon, but I think that they'll see that Miraidon is not the future here momentarily. Moon is just better Miraidon in my opinion. It just does what Miraidon does better. Yeah, that's GG's. Yeah, 100%. That didn't feel like... I mean, the list felt fine. It was doing what it needed to do. Yeah, well, that's Miraidon's niche right now. Hilarious. I was climbing yesterday while playing Clough, and I've been just losing today while playing Roaring Moon. So what is that saying? Clough was kind of that deck. I'm not gonna lie. All right, backs hands. Let's see, where was I at with the backs hands? That's fine. Can you play? You can play 9 in there, can't you? Can you get away with 9 water? I think. Yeah, I haven't converted this to the Bieberell version yet, which I want to do. These lists are very greedy these days, which makes me super duper nervous. Yeah. Oh, it does. But they're also kind of gas, so I think Toad Scroll's a cool card for sure. Two of those Charmanders, two of those Charmanders. I just like this other Charmander better. He discards Stadium. Okay. And you got to play the Evolution, TM. Hey. And then play like 2 Rare Candy. And let's see. Oh yeah, need the not that. What's it called? Defiance. Play one of those. Play an 8th Fire just to give me some wiggle room here. Oh yeah, the stadiums. And I've been, well, yeah, I've been playing with the Heavenly Kings list for Charizard, and I think it's pretty cool. So we're gonna give that a spin. Counter catcher. Counter catcher. What am I tripping on? 59 cards. We've got, man, I wish this deck creator put the cards in order. I do wish that. Rod, the rare candies. It's 3 Charmeleon. I've got 3 Charmeleon. The Nest Balls, the Seal Stone, the Defiance Band. Defiance Band didn't make its way in. All right. Okay, there we go. This is just the Heavenly Kings list. We'll give that a spin, see what's up. I mean, the Toad Scroll was a genius call for the Heavenly Kings event because half of that player base was playing Baxcalibur. Half. So the 8-person invite, and 4 of them chose to play Baxcalibur. And some of them aren't wearing shirts. So it was like a genius meta call for that. So it depends. Like, how popular do you think Baxcalibur is going to be? Yes, the deck builder on this client is comically bad. Comically so. And let's see what we're up against. They've got a brave little Bidoof. Radiant Greninja. I was thinking about... What about Arceus? You guys think Arceus is dead? I kind of think it's dead, but what do you think? Six feet under. Arceus. Could see a Path deck doing well. I mean, first game out, we're playing against a Baxcalibur deck, right? It's just like, yup, that's why we're here. Battle VIP pass. Wonderful. And I've got the town store to get the Evo TM. Kind of want to get Charmander and Bidoof. It's fine. Y'all feeling greedy? Kind of feeling greedy. All right, what are the 3 cards? The odds of that being like a nest ball are just so low, you know? The odds of finding nest ball or battle VIP pass off that are like not super duper high. All right, so we're going to play reasonably. No, I'm big chilling here, bro. Nah, we're big chilling. Because the thing is, with the way that this, I don't have to get a turn 2 attack in order to win this matchup. Because the Toad Scroll just wins this matchup. So, really, you just take your time establishing your board. You just kind of relax. You know, there's no need to try and overextend for the Battle VIP pass there. Odds are I discard something good. So. They got Ultra Ball. They're going to have to go for Bieberell. They discarded a rare candy. Which I'm sure is not exactly what they wanted to do. So, you know, countering the Pokestop there was very good. We just don't need to go fast in this. We got Manaphy down. That was the important thing. So long as Manaphy's down, we're chilling. I do actually think that a 100 hit point Charmeleon is optimal. Like 1 at least, you know. And the reason why I like 1 is because you can Evo TM this guy into play. Like, say I didn't have this in my hand, and say I wasn't able to get Manaphy down, you can Evo TM the 100 hit point one, and then, like, you know, Radiant Greninja doesn't just kill your board, right? So 100% we should be playing one of these. There's no level ball in this list. So, like, why not? In fact, I think there is an argument for playing, like, 2 of these and just 1 of these. All right, so now I can nest ball for the... Okay, cool. All right. Let's see. But actually, I have, like, a really neat play. You guys want to see a really neat play? Okay. Like I said, slow and steady wins the race, chat. And now we're chilling. No basics there, really worth putting into play. Jirachi is like, it's fine. Just evolution the Toad Scroll. And then now they cannot use superior energy retrieval, right? So every energy that they discard now is like not coming back. Like they have to rod, you know? ASR, I like this version better personally. Yeah, so they can't get cards off Pokestop either. Which is the reason this thing is so crazy. I told you, like, this card just beats this deck. It's not, like, you get the Charizards out eventually, and then, you know, they can't even use this Pokestop, dude. What? No, wait. Is it broken, bro? Man, I'm trying to test for a national championship, dog. Yeah. You can't use Pokestop. You can use Pokestop, but it just discards the card. They just don't come back to the hand. Pokestop is a trainer card that puts cards into the discard pile and then into the hand. Right? No shirt, no eyeballs. Love it. Yes, but if I set a Pokestop, the opponent can use it. But the opponent can't use their own Pokestops, but my Charizard list isn't playing. Isn't playing. stop, so it's no problem. Heather, that doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? Looks like we're playing against Lost Box, and I've got a little Toad Scroll in the active spots. Lost Box with Fog Crystal, so maybe it's a Radiant Charizard version of the deck. That's interesting. Now, if they play Clara, right, then our Toad Scroll could stop Clara from recovering cards. Which I guess is situationally useful. Who are we going for here? Psychic Energy Pass. Oh, there's a cram. Okay. We got a broken looking start, Battle VIP Pass, Arvin, all that. Feeling good, man. Like what I see. I do feel like it is a Radiant Charizard version of the deck, right? With Fog Crystals, it's probably just Radiant Charizard, right? So then, if it's Radiant Charizard, then you don't need... Anyways, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna get Battle VIP Pass, one of these nice little TM evolutions. Do that. Sure. And then evolution. And grab that guy. And that's real solid. We've got Charmeleon Ultra Ball Boss in hand. I mean, we're pretty much just ready to roll. So let's see what they've got in store for us. I mean, if they do bust out the Radiant Greninja here, I will be appalled. Not expecting that. I am anticipating that this is a Radiant Charizard list, which means that I don't have to worry about Radiant Greninja. Instead, just the Jirachi here to protect against Sableye will be all we need. They got Artisan, sure. Can get another Pokemon. And it's Cramorant. Gear, Colress, yeah, Gears. It's all signs points to Radiant Charizard. Could I swap out Bidoof for the Pidgey package? Why would I think Bibarel is better, personally. In my opinion, Bibarel is a better support card than Pidgeot right now. And that the list kind of already had all 4 Arvins in it and everything like that, but was playing Pidgeot, and one of the things the deck really struggled with is just having like an unfortunately low hand size with Pidgeot. but it was the best way to do it. But now with TM Evolution, Bibarel, I am pretty confident is the best way to Charizard now, in my opinion. Because I do think that Technical Machine Evolution slots perfectly into the deck. Like, you already play 4 Arvin. Like, why wouldn't we play that, right? And then Bibarel is also just it's 120 hit points. It doesn't give up multiple prizes. It just keeps you drawing throughout the game. I mean, it's kind of exactly what you want. Okay. All the things that I used to say, all the words that got in the way, all my favorite TV shows have gone out the window. Any Sugar Ray fans in the chat? Ooh, and it's over. Incisors for 3. Okay. That's fine. We'll get to the rod next turn. You have to be very careful with your energy. There we go. Nice. Ultra Ball. You have to be very careful with your energy in this list. There are 7 fire, dude. Like, that is as low as it gets. Now, I think that unlike Roaring Moon, Charizard is a deck that can get away with playing 7 fire energy. Roaring Moon, I do not believe, is one of those decks. But Charizard, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's 7 fire, 1 jet. This is just the Heavenly Kings list, yes. What's the Toad Scroll doing here? It's the exact Elite Four list, yes. What's the Toad Scroll doing here? The Toad Scroll is looking cute, stepping. He's big stepping. He's going, whoop. And is stopping my opponents from getting trainers back or using trainers to get cards back from the discard pile. It's mostly what's occurring, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Toad School's kind of cool. It's right there in the name. Yes, I opened the Toad School, or else it wouldn't be, in play with fire on it. But I opened it. And, like, they just can't Sableye. I mean, with the Jirachi here, they cannot Sableye. So that's sick. Honestly, kind of like that. It only stops trainers that bring cards back from the discard pile to the hand. Two energy. Probably don't need boss's orders. And we keep on slugging. There's an Arvin. I mean, like, yeah, when you're playing Bieberell, really all you need is just you set up and then you're just kind of chilling. You just grow your hand every turn. What Bieberell allows Charizard to do is just play. Like, this is what Charizard has always wanted, is to just have a board with Charizards and no other liabilities, right? That's what Charizard wants. You want to make your opponent knock out 3 Charizard EX. Right? Like, that's what you want. You don't want them to knock out Pidgeots. That's only got 280 hit points. You want them to have to chew through Charizards. And that's just a lot of work. And a lot of decks just can't, it's a stat check deck. Forcing your opponent to knock out 3 Charizards, a lot of decks just can't deal with that. Especially if you stop them from getting cards back from their discard pile. With Toad Scroll. See, Thayer, that's where you're wrong, because stadium cards are trainer cards. Yeah. Stadiums are trainers. And then Toad Scroll stops trainers from getting cards back from the discard pile into the hand, and that's exactly what Pokestop does. Pokestop is a trainer card that takes cards from the discard pile and puts them into your hand. Yep, says trainer right at the top of the card. And then Rare Candy and Charizard. Pokestop is a mill 3. Yes, with Toad Scroll out, Pokestop's just a mill 3, yeah. Oh, snap. I prized a Charmander. I need to set up another Charizard. Ugh, that's my bad. It's fine. I've already played my 1 rod. That's my error. I thought the other Charmander was in there. It's fine. Dang, yeah, that's where this is where my Charmander would go. If I had one. Okay, Burning Darkness. Hopefully we find that Charmander. We do not. Yes, I should have skipped the Charmeleon and just put the Charmander in. I was tripping. I don't know what I was thinking. Ugh. But like every single resource in this list is like exact. You literally have just enough cards to win with this deck. And I still am actually totally fine, because what I have to do is, well, I need a free retreat pivot right now, so I needed to have it like I needed to accelerate an extra fire energy out of like Jirachi or something. So there's no switch cards in this deck, so I guess what I can do is just bench the Charizard, attack with this Charizard, bench the other Charizard, right? Dig for Iono. So, no, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Then that's the thing. They still have to. They have to knock out 2 Charizard EXs. I mean, and I've got Radiant Charizard here to force. No, I just discarded Luminion. I don't want to put Luminion into play. I mean, that's a game-losing card. So we're saying we're not doing that. So we go with the Charizard EX. Knock out this thing. We dig for Iono. A Devolution. Yeah, Devolution would be kind of nasty. They're probably trying to plan on that. Oh, I got to get this town store out of here, or they could just search out the Devolution. All right, so they Combustion Blast. This list is the Heavenly Kings list. It's not mine. It's the Japanese Heavenly Kings list. Okay. So we want to knock out the Charizard, 100%. We put that sucker down now. I'd say that those don't matter. Okay. How many Iono do I have? 2. All right. Okay. And incisors. And there we go. A Lost Vacuum. Town store. And Iono. I'm just hoping to find an energy. Just an energy to attach. We miss it, which is pain. Holy smokes, that's pain. It's fine. All right. I just need one of those fire to get down, but that's okay. All right, so we're Burning Darkness. And this is like the diff of me not putting the Charmander back into the deck. Frankly, that's my fault. I'm making this game way closer than it needs to be because I did not do that. I think if I just put the Charmander back into the deck, then I just pretty much have this squared away. Thank you, Ace Trainer Albert. For the sub in the 2 months. Appreciate you. They don't have a lot of cards left in deck. But the thing is, they can't really do the Devolution play now because if they hit me, then I take a prize. Then they devolve, then I win with Charizard, right? So it's like it doesn't really matter. Yes, there is not a lot of energy in this list, but it is enough most of the time. Yeah. There is enough barely most of the time. Yeah. Right, so they just have to go in with Cram, and that's just pretty much game. Right? So what can you... guess it's not pretty much game, right? Because they could Charizard me for game. So it's not. It's not. I have to Iono them, and then I have to attack with Radiant Charizard. All right, so it's not game. I'm trolling. Okay, so we Iono. And then Industrious Incisors. Okay. But the problem is if they Radiant Charizard, they still just win. I needed to get this fire last turn so that I could jet. What I needed to do. All right, I guess we just have to play this route. Because I can't retreat or I'll just lose. So, yeah, I needed to. This game's going to come down to me not setting up that final Charizard. That's just what it is. They can't Sableye because of Jirachi. Right, Toad Scroll would prevent Clara for game. It would. And this is my error of a game. I misrouted this, so it's fine. I'm still learning. Also, it's one of those things where it's like I felt like there was another Charmander in my deck, but I didn't check, and it's like sometimes playing on this client, it's like I get lazier with checking my resources because I hate the UI and I hate clicking around. So, I mean, I know that's like a terrible excuse, but it also is my excuse, is that there's just a huge disconnect for me as a player when it comes to managing the cards that I have at my disposal on the online client. I mean, I'm lazier. I'm lazier online than I am in real life, just straight up. I mean, I think a lot of people experience that, but like there's something about like the presence of the cards in my discard pile right in front of me that, like, you know, and all of that. I have such a better grasp of the resources at my disposal IRL than I do online. Like it's like I just don't care enough about the online game to like really. And that's the thing, is that the bad UI doesn't make me want to invest into the digital experience. So it's like, you know, it is what it is. I just kind of run, when I'm playing live, I play it as like a testing sim, but, you know, but it's hard for me to take it very seriously. So I'll try to be more careful, but I know it's bad. Trey, you're a non-live user. I'm sure that does wonders for your mental health. Yes. I know it's embarrassing. Like, you would think that the Pokemon Company International would find it very shocking that, like, the biggest content creators are running their client and constantly running into nude opponents and just in animations that look like crap. You would think that would be like a wee-oo, 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 like, hello, there are naked avatars all over the place. The game barely works. It crashes multiple times a day. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Let's do something about that. You know? No. But it's all good. You know, what can I do about it? Looks like I'm up against Gardevoir. Should be kind of an interesting matchup. Honestly, I'm not really sure how this is going to go. You know, obviously I can one-hit KO their Guardies. Obviously they can knock out my fellas. They've also got Screamtail. That's a pretty slow start for them, so I am pleased to see that. I've got Iono, or I could Ultra Ball for Luminion and just do the Arven play, and frankly, the Arven play is kind of calling me. It is. Yeah. But am I Ultra Balling away? God, the Ultra Balls in this deck are so hard to play. they are a nightmare. All right, that's fine. We're going here. Okay. Okay. So we're chilling now. And we definitely don't. And that's another thing. The reason we go for Arven here is because they've got a 2-card hand. So you have to have some like, okay, they've got only a 2-card hand. You know, you just want to kind of pop off in front of them and not give them extra resources to work with, right? We'll get those guys. Since they play the Screamtail. And then just go here and evolution. We'll get these two evolved up into Mr. Beebs and Mr. Charmeleon. And there's an Iono. Cool. Rock and roll, that's fine. I've got Luminion already down on the bench, so that 4 Seal Stone is nice to see. And they're not Mirage Stepping, which makes me feel very good about the prospects of this game, because that means that they are just going to be playing from behind pretty much the whole time. Yes. That's great news. All right, they got Rod. And pass? Oh, yeah, dude. That's what we love to see. Let's go 4 Seal Stone. How greedy. Bench Charmander. Attach that. Man, if I could just find an Ultra Ball off of this Incisors for 1 or a Charizard, then I could go get Boss, but it's probably just super greedy to do that. But also, like whatever, you know? We find Arven. Okay. So that's fine. We'll just play Arven. We're not going to go for the... There's no boss play happening here. Yeah. So we'll just Arven. To get... There's only 1 Ultra Ball left in my deck. Holy moly. I don't really feel like using my V-Star yet, so I'm not going to. Ultra Ball away these. Charizard. Accelerate some energy into play. That's fine. Yeah. I don't like... You have to be very careful not to overcommit energy with this list. because it's just pretty much always better to have it as an option than to just, you know, because if I do things like, say I accelerate extra energy there to this Charmander or that Charmander, and then they come up with Cresselia, and then they knock it out, it's like, okay, that was just a wasted energy I'm not getting back. And, you know, since evolving into Charizard, you're always like, you always have the option to just dump 3 energy into play. So you have to be very careful not to. And see here, it's like, okay, now I'm getting Averied. So, like, I'm going to take that opportunity to remove the Luminion, and then I'm also going to get rid of that Charmander. And then if I had accelerated the energy onto that Charmander, and then all of a sudden it's gone. Do you see? So that's why. You have to just be really careful. That's why you don't. And I'm so glad that popped up right there, because you just have to be careful with your fire energy. You have to treasure them. You have to, in this list, you have to protect them. Why keep the Manaphy? This thing. right here. Yeah, that. Losing the Seal Stone hurts. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Losing the Seal Stone. I would so much rather get rid of the Luminion, which is a 2-prize liability, than save the Seal Stone. So much rather. Scale Papa says, coming to Pokemon from primarily playing Magic is interesting. It's simultaneously more and less complicated at the same time. It's just, they're different games. Yeah, they're just different games, and they're both very fun. I mean, I really enjoy playing like draft Magic. Because in my opinion, Magic's just like one of the only games that's created to, you know, be draftable. So, and I really like that about it. But then I also have beef with Magic because it's just like every game feels like, oh, I was mana dry, or oh, I was mana flooded. Like, that's like my biggest beef with that. That's my biggest beef. Man, I was so dry. Man, I was so flooded. Every single game, it feels like that's what I. It's like, man, my opponent ramped perfectly. But I do feel like, you know, Magic's definitely a lot of fun. Cool. And I can kind of just get that out of the deck. Pop a knockout. And I do enjoy playing. I haven't played Arena in a while because I think it would just make me feel bad about TCG Live. So I try to keep myself away from it. Same with games like Marvel Snap. I pretty much can't. I'll just be angry every day if I play those kinds of games. So I have to just play exclusively TCG Live, so that way I can start to fool myself into thinking that it's acceptable. Because so long as I have nothing to compare it to, it's beautiful. Yeah, so I can't do that. I can't play any other games. None. It's going to make me feel bad. So I choose not to, because this is my job. All right? It's my job. It's my livelihood. Trying to stay positive out here. It's just self-care. Right. It's exactly what it is. It's self-care. Not allowed. La 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 la. Those other clients can't hurt me. La 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 la. Those other games can't make me feel bad. La 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 la. I see nothing. Yep. But I want to say before Live was ever announced, I probably played Arena for like 6 months. Dumped a few $100s into it. Had a lot of fun. I just love doing little quick drafts. Like just that was just so fun. I would just do little drafts, just build my little decks, play my little games. Like I was having a lot of fun with that. It was so sick because I didn't have to learn squat about standard. I think I built one standard deck ever. But I didn't even feel like I needed to learn anything about standard. Punished for not benching Jirachi, yeah, I guess, but it's fine. I don't really want to put this down yet. 1 fire left in the deck. I don't think that there's any trainers that they play that get things back from the discard pile. But I don't feel like Touch Scroll could hurt. Okay. They've only taken 1 prize. It's kind of interesting. Okay. Do not think that will matter at all, but we'll do 420 damage for the knockouts. But yeah, Arena was a lot of fun. And I wish TCG Live had other formats, but more than other format, like I don't really care about having other formats right now. I just wish the game was more enjoyable, frankly. When it really boils down to it, it's just like I just wish the TCG Live experience was just more fun. That's like, in a nutshell, I just wish the live experience was more fun. That's like just kind of what it is. In a lot of ways, it's a serviceable way to test for tournaments, and that kind of is, that's fine. So as far as like just actually being a way to actually just test cards, it's like it's kind of barely serviceable in that regard, and really clears like the bare minimum of what you would expect from a company as big as the Pokemon Company, right? What would make it more fun? Cooler things with avatars, cooler rewards, a more engaging landscape, pets. I mean, you ever played Magic Arena? You can have little pets that like run around the field. The arena feels like an immersive experience with like beautiful atmosphere. That's something like this. This is not atmosphere, okay? This is sterile. This feels like very the game just feels sterile, right? It feels sterile and uninspired artistically, right? So, and that's the thing, is that like Pokemon has like the coolest IP in the world, and this client takes advantage of none of it, not a single bit. And that's the thing. If you don't mind playing a sterile game, that's fine for you. But like, you have to acknowledge what Pokemon is missing out on by doing this, though, right? It's like, sure, maybe the sweatiest gamers who don't care about you know, who don't care about aesthetics don't care. But like you're missing out on so much, right? And then we just checkmate. You know, like boom. And that's just, you know, I think the game should just have atmosphere that feels artistically driven, that feels like Pokemon, you know, that feels fun and engaging, right? Instead, it feels more like I'm taking the SATs and looking at spreadsheets. Like that's just, it feels very soulless in that regard. Oh, I could definitely lose here. That's sick. I should have never benched that Toad Scroll. Oh, they can't hit the bench Zards. That's right. But they can Cresselia them if I get stuck here forever. This is bad. All right, I'm in a code red situation. I needed to not put the Toad Scroll into play. Yeah, that was an error. We got time. All I got to do is take one knockout. There's no way they can crest both Charizards to death. They forgot, bro. They're like, dude, I've got the genius wing con. That's right. You don't always think about it, but there is the Terra rule. It cannot be damaged by... it cannot be damaged, bro. All right, I should not have set up this silly Toad Scroll. That's right. I own it to 1. I get to see the next 2 cards. Okay. We're gonna try it again, bro. Yeah, now you lose. Thank God. There's a Terra rule. You know, look at the card. Read. Why won't they read? But yeah, and I've said this before, but you basically, all TCG Live had to do is basically copy Arena's, copy Arena's homework. Just do what Arena did for Magic, but just do it for Pokemon, right? Every level, every game should take place in like a landscape that feels immersive and feels like it's part of the Pokemon universe, right? You should feel like you're battling in the Pokemon universe. Every time you open this client, you should feel like you're in the Pokemon universe. And every match should feel like it's in the Pokemon universe. You could have like, you could have like a water level that's like water inspired. You could have a volcano level that's like volcano inspired, fire Pokemon inspired. You could have like, a fighting dojo that's like you know, fighting inspired or whatever. And, you know, and it's like there's only like 4 or to 6 different maps, but but they should just kind of be random and just kind of feel like they're part of the Pokemon universe. And that's exactly what Magic Arena did. It's exactly what they did. And it just is super cool, right? And then as rewards, right? Why do we have this goofy avatar that looks nothing like the Pokemon franchise, right? It's like instead you could have like pets. You could earn Pokemon pets as rewards that could dance around in the landscape and emote and stuff. Like imagine if your Pokemon could emote, right? Like you had a little Pokemon pet running around the stage, you know, and you could emote with it. And how freaking cool would that be? Like it's like, bro, there's not really like, it's all right there, you know? It's all right there. You don't have to do anything crazy. And then like, you know, and then even look at what kind of like makes me want to pull my hair out is like, even look at Pokemon Unite. Like in Pokemon Unite, I can dress a Gengar up in a Halloween outfit. Why can't I have a little Gengar pet dressed up in a Santa hat? So Pokemon Unite, like you're already dressing up characters in little outfits. That's all I need to be able to do, bro. All I need to be able to do on this client is be able to dress a Gengar up in a little Santa hat, and I will be entertained. Different company. That's what I'm saying. Just copy your own homework from your own franchise. Yes, but if it cost $50, then they could afford to fund the client to look nice and be fun. Instead, it feels like this is just a corporate kind of like, yeah, it just feels very corporate and very uninspired. Just like absolute shell of a game is what it feels like. Yeah, but you know, it is what it is. Nothing we can really do about it. But right, as like if all you're looking for from the client is just it to be like a, you know, a serviceable and cheap testing, you know, testing ground for your tournament play, then like it kind of barely achieves that, which is fine. But I mean, I think it's wild not to imagine how this whole experience could have been so much more and should have been so much more, right? You can't play Moon because of search bug, and that's the thing is like it does barely function as a functional client, right? I mean, there's so many different bugs and issues. Is like as far as tournament testing goes, it does kind of barely work with that. Yeah, and it literally, you can't test Pokestop, Toad Scroll. I mean, there's stuff like that. But it's what it do, baby. It's what it do. And that's the thing, is it all comes down to just making the correct decisions on who to hire to create this stuff, right? Because you know, who to hire and how many resources to allocate and who to hire to create it. Because that's just what it comes down to. Like, you need to know who to hire and how much resources to allocate and good leadership. That's just what it is, right? In order to make a successful product. Because TPCI doesn't create the card game. They don't do any of that, right? I mean, the card game's created by creatures. So, you know, for developing the client, it's like, okay, we need to just make sure we have the right team, the right amount of resources, and the right leadership direction in order to make it happen. And like, you could either hire out. I mean, so for the longest time, they were hiring out to create the client, right? Because Direwolf was creating it before. And it's like, you know, and Direwolf creates some good games, but it always felt like that you know, that Direwolf might have been being held back slightly by logistics because the game just never grew or evolved. So it really made you think. Like, look at this crazy stuff. Like, we've got the Charizards imprinted on the bosses, and this, yeah, it's just constant. And that's kind of one of my issues is that, yeah, as far as being a serviceable testing simulator, for people who are already interested in the Pokemon TCG, Live does a serviceable job at clearing the bare minimum of what would be required for the community. However, the Pokemon TCG Live is not clearing any bars that would like make it intriguing or interesting to new players. Players who aren't already interested in Pokemon cards are going to take one look at this client and be like, why would I go do that, right? And that's the issue. That's always been the issue. It's not. And that's one of the reasons I was playing. Like, I'm not big into Magic, but Arena was so fun that like I was playing Magic for a little while. And I'm not even big into Magic, but Arena was just fun to operate, right? And that's the thing, is if you are like somewhat into Pokemon, and this client had any amount of fan service for Pokemon fans, right? Then like you would have people playing this game just because they like Pokemon, right? Right? Like you would have people playing it because you could dress up a Snorlax in a cowboy hat, okay? Sometimes all you need to be able to do is put a cowboy hat on Snorlax. Tell me why I can open Pokemon Go and I can catch a Snorlax with a cowboy hat. Tell me why I can open Pokemon Unite and I can, dress up Gengar in a Halloween outfit. And there's just all this different fan service all over the place, and just you get to do fun, cute stuff all the time. But then when it comes to Live, it's like, no, you just get the most sterile, bland. You get the most sterile, bland Pokemon experience ever. Right? It's like, why did you do us like that? It's just why did you do us like that? Us Pokemon TCG fans, why did you have to do us like that? It's like, we know that you are capable of better. That's why we're Pokemon fans. And it's not the fault of the developers. Like, they just were applying for a dream job with the Pokemon Company. They just wanted to, it really comes down to an organizational issue. I'm not going to blame the developer. The developers are probably just working hard with what they have. Right? Like, I mean, that's just what it is. I'm not going to blame anybody for applying for a job and getting it at the Pokemon Company. It's an organizational thing. Because at the end of the day, it comes down to leadership, does it not? Yeah, it's 100% leadership. So no, it has nothing to do with the devs. I mean, the devs, I'm sure they're just working hard with the resources that they have. Okay. Okay. I'm considering just getting double battle VIP pass and going. Oh no, because I can get the is my Toad Scroll in the deck? Yeah, that's right. That's this matchup. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so I am going to go slow and steady this game. I know it has something to do with like everything at the Pokemon Company just being convoluted. Like, and there's a lot of anytime I talk about this, there's a lot of like, it seems like there's a difference between TPCI and the Pokemon Company Japan. I mean, it's just, and it's very complicated, and and it's strange because the Pokemon Company Japan seems as if they are not interested whatsoever in in a Pokemon TCG online client, right? That's kind of like that's the very strange divide. And it's the strange thing that it just doesn't make any sense, right? The Pokemon Company Japan has never acknowledged the Pokemon trading card game live. Think about that. Like, isn't that odd? The Pokemon Company Japan, if you go to the Pokemon Company Japan's official website and look up how to play the game online, they will tell you to set up a webcam. That's like the strangest thing. Right? Like, those are the people that make the Pokemon cards. Those are the people that make the Pokemon games. Those are the people that create the game. So Pokemon Japan, which is a company that is co-owned by Game Freak, Creatures, and Nintendo, right? And someone can stop me if I say something that's not right, because I just have a pretty surface level understanding of all this. But the Pokemon Company Japan is a company that is owned by Creatures, Nintendo, and Game Freak. It is a 3-part ownership. And the Pokemon Company International is a company that basically licenses the IP from the Pokemon Company Japan, and just basically, for a long time, all they did was kind of like, print cards and translate them to English. you know, and now they have a lot of other things that they do. But I think at its core, they started out as a company that was kind of just they started out as a company in Washington that just kind of translated and brought the Japanese product to the West and the rest of the world, right? And since then, they've been growing, and their responsibilities have been changing. Man, really would have liked to hit the Ultra Ball of the Charizard there. That would have been sick. But it's fine. Ooh, I missed everything. Well, I can... Okay, no, I didn't. We're going to do this instead. No, I did miss everything because I've got this silly band on this thing. Okay. Oh, this is terrible. That's fine. I just need them to not do anything devastating here this next turn. I need them to just chill and let me... I think I just gust up Bieberell and just try to... Okay. Yeah, so then you have the Pokemon Company International, you know, which does a lot of things now. I mean, Pokemon Company International runs all of competitive play, right? So the Pokemon Company International produces the World Championships and all of the regional championships, all of that. Those events are produced by TPCI. And frankly, I think that's like one of the, I mean, and I have a lot of love for what TPCI has done with the Play Pokemon program. And I think that that's one of their huge successes, right? As a company. I think their Play Pokemon program, the regional productions and the international productions, the World Championships, I think those are like some of the strongest live tabletop productions in the world. And that TPCI should take a lot of pride in that. Now, again, like I said earlier, all of this comes down to leadership and to resource allocation, right? And, you know, who you hire to do the job. TPCI hired and has been working with this company called Paperlight to produce the regional and international events since 2015. And Paperlight is like, so if you're ever at a regional championships and you see like crew running around and like producing the events, those folks are from Paperlight, a lot of them. And Paperlight has been nothing but absolutely amazing in their in their tenure working with the Pokemon Company International, from what I can gather. But then, you know, I mean, so it's but not every story is a success story like that. Okay. I need to desperately find my Toad Scroll right now. I might not be able to win this at this point, but... Man, I would have found it. No. No, man, no. I just would have drawn into it, bro. Oh, this is so sad. And I'm out of Charmanders. Yeah, bro, just get me out of here. All right, so this game I didn't use the Evo TM, and it felt like the deck just didn't work. I like barely set up. Ugh. I don't know anything about Doctor Who, but that's nice. Yes, Miko, that was very sad. But today is a blessed day in the state of Ohio, and I am thinking nice positive thoughts. Today is a wonderful day. We had big dubs in Ohio all around yesterday. Big stinking dubs. Big fat victories. I'm still high off that, all right? No one gonna be able to ruin my day. Looks like we're up against a Lost Box deck. That's cool. We got Jirachi and Manaphy. I mean, that's the thing. Playing Jirachi and Manaphy is pretty good. It looks like I am probably playing against Lost Zone Charizard. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Charizard, it does feel like a fickle beast sometimes, you know? You're like, sometimes the deck barely works, man. But then when it does work, it just feels invincible. I feel like I kind of just have to practice with such a low energy count. I also feel like why is the Jet in here? Couldn't it just be a switch card? I almost feel like a switch is just better. Like, what's the anybody in chat kind of have any ideas? Why is the Jet better than a switch? I mean, you could find switch with Arvin. Jet in this deck right here. I'm playing the Heavenly Kings list. For Radiant Zard, it makes sense. So, like, you could theoretically attack with the Radiant Zard back to back because it switches and then you retreat. That's like the reason, I think. And for Mew, yes, it also works with Mew. Yes. Sheesh! 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 It's a broken deck, bro. Actually, can I unselect? No, you can't unselect. Once you click it, it's over. All right, cool. That's fine. I was going to say, I think I shouldn't be getting Bibarel there. You should just be getting Charmeleons and Ultra Ball for the Bibarel, and then, yep. That's fine. Probably don't need all those Manders. Well, they're gonna escape rope, right? And then I'm gonna send up a sacrificial Mander. It's a healthy amount of Manders. It's a healthy number of Charmander. Yeah, that's the exact number of Charmanders that you want. This is looking like it's the Radiant Zard list. See, there's a fire right there. So I don't have to worry about... Yeah, I don't have to worry about Shuriken, yeah. What if it's Delphox? There ain't no Delphox in there. Quit playing with me. Is any Lost Box variant worth playing? I don't know. I prefer not to hate my life when I'm playing the Pokemon TCG, so I'm not playing. I don't play Lost Box very often. Also, it's one thing to pilot a Lost Box deck in paper, but to play it on live is like another truly terrifying experience. All right, we're going to want to get that Jirachi back. That's fine. I probably should have thinned one more fire out of the deck, but it's all good. I do have to worry about Sableye now, which is cringe and annoying. Ow. Yeah, I gotta get the Jirachi back out. My Jirachi. There could have been an argument for sending up the Charmeleon and using Arven to go get the Rod, and then, yeah, I don't know, but okay. Just put that into play. Just fail it. It's fine. Smack him. And we'll take our price. Nah, and Scale Papa, don't worry about mentioning Magic and getting me onto a nice rant. It's been a long time since I've gone on a nice, lengthy Pokemon TCG live rant, so that's fine. I was due. You could tell I'd weld it all up. I was ready to pop. Yeah. Uh-huh. It really, that was just the catalyst, really, It was just a nice segue for me to just get into it. No, you didn't kill the vibe. The vibe's been waiting to be killed for days now. The vibe was just waiting to be slain. And you were just the first excuse I could find. Uh-huh. Yeah, so no sweat. That's just part of the deal. Yeah, the vibes are killed the moment I click that icon at the beginning of the stream, so I can only pretend for so long. You could play Collapsed in here. I don't know. The town stores help with turn one. Town stores help with turn one, finding your Evo TM when you don't open Arven or Ultra Ball to go get Arven. And then the Artisan helps you to get basics. I mean, you could play Collapse instead of Artisan, but yes. Zapdos Melee. You pretty much got it. Yep. Live has flaws and is disappointing. Yeah. It like I'd say it just barely clears as like an adequate tournament testing simulator, but like absolutely clears nothing beyond that, which is disappointing as a Pokemon fan. I got Raihan. Okay. And then are you at 10 yet? No, you can't be at 10. Oh, you're gonna vacuum your beach courts and be at 10. Oh, this is annoying. I really wish I had Jirachi back. It's fine. I'm gonna go get Jirachi now. I need to find Arven to get. Hey, all right. Rod. But then I have to draw into. It's fine. Jirachi. Fire. Charmeleon. Wartortle. Mewtwo, Tentacruel. Aerodactyl. Almanite. Slowpoke. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Yeah. Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon. Give 'em to me. This is so sad. This is so sad. They got double KO queued up. Not supposed to be like that. I'm supposed to have Jirachi in play. How can I possibly win if they go Jirachi? If they go Sableye, double KO, they go to 2 prizes. Well, then I guess I just bench Jirachi and then start Ionoing them to low, right? So that's fine. But this is sketchy. It is sketchy. Because I opened the Jirachi and then they knocked out the Jirachi. So I'm basically playing this entire game without the Jirachi because I've been trying to find the Rod and then to put it back into the deck. And that's just, you know, proving to be a little difficult. Does box get folded by sweepers that hit the whole bench? No, because Manaphy exists and pretty much everybody plays Manaphy, including Lost Box. So Manaphy just protects against, you know, that kind of shenanigans. Also, there's like Lost Box is the best spread deck in the formats. So to ask if Lost Box gets beat by the best spread decks, like Lost Box is the best spread deck. And the next best spread deck is probably Baxcalibur Radiant Greninja, because Radiant Greninja has the next best spread attack, which is Moonlight Shuriken. And previously, that deck would play Canceling Cologne to turn off Manaphy to knock out 2 Comfy at a time. And that was, a good strategy against Lost Box, but it didn't necessarily mean that you were winning like automatically, because you're only knocking out 2 Pokemon at the same time. Yes, my opponent will definitely lost mine for 2 here. Yeah, that stinks. I kind of have to just trust Iono, I think. Yeah. And then trust that I'll find an Ultra Ball or a Nest Ball off the Iono. I don't really think I can afford... I mean, I could Arven. I guess there is an argument just to play Arven, just to, like, guarantee it, right? And then to say, all right, I'm going to get the stinking thing no matter what, and then I start... Or, no, Iono to 2 here is just nuts. I feel like I kind of just have to do that. We draw it. See. Okay. I've got Charmeleon in deck, but I've got no more Manders. That's just it. It's just these two. It's just these 2 fellas. Then we Industrious Incisors. We find the other Charizard, which is awesome. Do that. And I'll get Fire from the deck onto my Charizard. And bench that. Burning Darkness for 600 damage. Okay. So we do that. We take the prize. And then... we'll see how they respond. At best, they can hit me with, like, Radiant Charizard. They only got 2 prizes left to take. So ideally, I want to Iono again. And I will have 2 Beeperells to help find those things. But as I've said, like, this list barely plays enough energy to get through a game. It really does. But it is enough. Yes, the list is from the Elite Four tournament in Japan. It is not my list. But I do kind of like... I do kind of like it. So I think I just have these 2 energy in my hand, and I think... Am I down my Jet? No, I have the Jet. Yeah, Jet's still in deck. Okay. Okay, we find Arven. And then, frankly, as my supporter for turn... I think I can try to draw 2. Countercatcher and Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball these. Get Charizard. Radiant Edition. Industrious Incisors. Maybe we do find Boss and Iono. Iono is good. We just want Iono again. And then this is my last Iono. But I don't think that I'm really going to be able to Iono them to 1. So I feel like this is probably about as good as it gets. I think there's one single fire energy left in my deck. I should have not attached that fire there. Ugh. Man, you're really, I mean, you're stretching your resources so thin with the 7 energy, dude. There's 0 room for error, and I just don't know that. There's absolutely 0, bro. There is 0 room. No room for error whatsoever. Oh, you have to be mad to play 7 fire in this deck. 7 fire, 1 rod. Oh, man. Do they have anything that could do 210? Yeah, Charizard. Radiant Charizard. Seven energy, 2 rod is, yeah, that's, I mean, it's a big difference. Either way, I just get into a situation where if they could just attack with Charizard, they win, right? And it's like they probably just have Clara here at the end of the game. That's why I was trying to set up like Toad Scrolls so that maybe like Clara doesn't just win them the game. But I keep kind of getting into this same bind, right? Against the same deck. I can't even counter catcher. They got me checkmated, bro. That's it. All they need is fire energy for game. Yeah, this just feels so bad. It's like, yeah, Charizard actually feels kind of nuts. Like this Charizard. Because he just cranks out so much damage, dude. All they have to do is just 2-hit KO your guy. Yeah, that's crazy. GG's. That's good to note, though. Maybe Radiant Charizard Lost Box is like a deck worth looking at. All right. Hang tight. I'll be right back after this. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and fullgripcodes.com for instant delivery on all the best TCG Live codes. Also, make sure to check out dragonshield.com. They've got some awesome sleeves and accessories for all of your gaming needs. I'll be right back after this. Thanks for being here. All right, we are back. Thank you for the patience. So, Tour Gaming with Charizard. It's going mid. Honestly, nothing. Charizard Gaming was fine, but kind of mid. Roaring Moon Gaming was fine, but kind of mid. What's the it? What's the it deck? What is What is it? Mew? Mew, bro? Roaring Moon is fine. It all just feels mid. It's always Mew. All right, let's pick up the mid again then. let's go back to the mid grindstone. I'm in the hall of mid right now. Mid Rhydon. I am not a mid Rhydon believer right now in this current state of things, but sheesh. One nest ball. I mean, that's just low, right? You think we just go pure Judge Pat? I am not gonna be a hater on that. We just say we are Judge Path the deck. For bravery, bro. 4 Judge, 4 Path. That's kind of hot, bro. It is kind of hot. All right, let's queue up with the mid and see what we say. You played in 3 Win-A-Box tournaments and you won all 3. Wild drummer. With Miraidon? With mid Rhydon, bro? I believe you that Coco's good. I could find a spot for Coco for sure. Well, this matchup is still good. That feels nice. I guess you are going to just smack this deck. The Pidgey version of Charizard you still like better? I mean, this deck doesn't feel like it has a great Roaring Moon matchup. I actually have been thinking about Zapdos EX in Miraidon to try and stifle Roaring Moon. Well, not stifle, to try and destroy Roaring Moon, because like theoretically they can damage themselves. YRG, how do you always have all the spice? How do you always have all of the spice, YRG? You get in the lab and you cook yourself, or do you just do a lot of research, or do you just stay cooking? Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. The Zapdos EX for the, because I'm a lab, because you just stay in the lab, huh? Well, that's the thought, is you could take 4 prizes on. Well, they damage themselves. I guess I can't knock out the Chien-Pao. Should we just knock out the active and Judge Path? Yeah. That's the wave for sure. Oh, yeah, this is kind of gas, bro. Wait, who said Miraidon was bad? Wait, yeah, who said, bro? Who said this deck was bad? Not me. No, I didn't. You said it was bad. I would never say such a thing. No, I have never called it Mid-Rhydon. No. I call it Mid-Rhydon. Yeah. Isn't that the name I have it set to currently? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yes, Wild Drummer, that seems kind of nuts. I like that. I like that. Okay. The problem with Mid-Rhydon is you just can't fit everything. Like, how are you supposed to fit all the gas, bro? Thank you, Mega Pugzilla, for that Prime sub. Big shout out to all the primers out there. If you don't like watching ads on Twitch, you can avoid those ads by subbing to the channel, support the channel. But the ads also support the channel, so I do appreciate that. Appreciate everybody for being here. And again, if you have Amazon Prime, you do get 1 free sub a month with your Amazon Prime subscription that you can use to support your favorite content creator. Appreciate that, Megapugs. Thanks. Alright, so it looks like my Raikou's probably getting destroyed. That's fine. Then I have to knock out the Chenpao. And eventually I got to find a way for them to not respond. That would be great. I can even things up by attacking with Zapdos. So we'll probably, you know, if I can knock out a single prizer, something like that. I think I pressed the silly button, personally. Yeah, no regret there. Star Alchemy. And what? I guess I just might as well research. Just trying to grow my hand size, get more stuff going on. Okay. Nothing terribly exciting here. We just Photon Blaster. I suppose if I can find a way to get an extra energy onto the Zapdos, then yeah, I mean, because they're just going to be able to they're kind of just set up and stabilized very well. So they're just going to be able to turn through these things. And if they just have Chien-Pao double cross switcher, they just win. They just go 2-4-6. Perfect, right? Thank you, Marco Spector with the Prime sub. Appreciate you, Marco. So I got that knockout, and then Super Rod their guy back in. Easy. Draw more cards. Yeah. So my only real shot at winning is to find a generator and hope that they don't have double cross switcher. I mean, this just feels horrible. Listen, they don't call it mid-Rhydon for nothing. I appreciate you, Marco. Thank you. All right, we do have the generator. Okay. I can thin my deck. A couple cards. That's fine. Grab the Raikou. And then just have to hit off generator. Okay. And the only real chance for me to win is them just not having Gust. Which, I mean, it's like there's, you know, it's possible. It's just extremely sus. Yeah, I just have to hope that they don't have it. Yeah. amongst other things. I mean, yes. But I guess if they send up... Well, that's the thing. I mean, Iron Hands can knock out some stuff, but can't knock out a Baxcalibur. So, like, if they don't have it, they would be smart to leave a... And I have to imagine with Industrious Incisors and Pokestop, like, they just... Boom. Easy. They haven't played a single cross switch. I guess they probably only play Counter Catcher. Oh, that's right. I don't know. A lot of lists aren't playing... A lot of lists are not playing, but then they could have Iron Hands me, but they didn't have that. Yeah, Zapdos does not power its own attack. It's got the accept any Zapdos. They got Counter Catcher, but they cannot play it. Yeah. Reading the card. Yeah. Reading the card, always good. Yep. But they did not... I'm not going to lie. Playing Miraidon does just kind of feel bad right now. I mean, I think I win this game, but it doesn't feel good. No, I don't win this game because they could just go in with Baxcalibur. Right? And I cannot... But I guess I have to rope around the Baxcalibur, and then I have to Iron Hands them to win. Good God. Okay. So I have to hit double lightning off of a generator in order to win. I mean, or I hit 2 different generators. I've got 9 lightning in the discard pile and 3 in my hand. Oh, we're bodied. Okay. Well, I suppose I can knock out the Baxcalibur. No! I meant to swing the generator. Well, here we are. I meant to swing the generator and see what we hit. Yeah, 0. All right, so I have to hit 2 off this final one. I mean... All right, there is like... I think I should have done that, but it's cool. I think... There's 2 in there, bro! No! Oh, no. I've already fleet-footed. Okay. Path. Need more energy up to 18. Good God. No, we just win with paralysis here. I'm crushed, bro. I'm crushed. Oh, they had Rare Candy Baxcalibur anyway. And a second Bibarel. And that just guarantees it. Yeah. That's so gnarly. Yeah. And you go 2 here, retreat, boom. All right, Miraidon kind of stinks. All right. Okay. Gotta play Coco. This thing seems nuts. Iron Hands is cool. I think Raihan is probably the new hotness instead of... Okay, we're going to go to 3 path. Going to go to 1 stone. 4 judge is ridiculous. We're playing Iono. Okay. Yes, and Raihan is our new... Double turbo energy? I feel like Raihan just kind of does it. Which is fine. You could play like 1 Raihan. All right, we're going to play Zap. We're just going to play all the boys, all right? Just everybody. 2 Miraidon EX. I'm saying it, bro. 2 Miraidon. Mew EX 100%. Mew EX. All the boys, bro. All the boys. I'm pulling off the Zapdos play, dog. All right, we're going to play Counter Catcher. Because we're always going to be losing. Well, 1 Raihan, 1 Arvin. You want a Sandy Shocks in here? That doesn't make sense. Clunky pile. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. Y'all are haters. I got 61 cards in the deck. Well, I got to trim that up. Two Ultra Ball, 2 Nest Ball. 2 path. 2 path. 2 path. All right. Now, I got to play the Zapdos, unfortunately. All right. One nest, 3 Ultra Ball with only 2 Miraidon on the X. Oh, God. 3 path is good. Listen, fixing Miraidon is not an easy task. One does not simply fix Miraidon in this format. All right. Listen, we're just going to play all the guys, and we're going to see which one of the guys is the best one. This is terrible. Man, not 2 generators in my stone, bro. Please top deck one of my 2 Miraidon. One of my 2 Miraidon EX. No, dude, just imagine the plays you're going to make against Roaring Moon, gusting up their Squawkabilly and taking 4 prizes on it. Yeah. Just imagine, bro. Imagine. Use your imagination. All right, I'm going to tweak a little bit more. All right. I'm not even... No, bro. Just pure pain. All right. Okay, okay. Back to the drawing board. All right, we need slightly better than that. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, we got all the boys, all the bros. All right, back to 3 Miraidon EX. Fine. 3 Miraidon EX. Yep, yep, yep. Zapdos back out. Yep. Sorry, Zapdos. Counter catcher. All right. I've been thinking, like, what if you just didn't play? What if you didn't play Bravery Charms? All right. I'm just asking questions. I'm just out here asking questions. What if Wild Drummer, what's your at? I will peep it. All right, fine. Bravery Charm's probably pretty good. All right. I agree with you. All right. Sometimes you just got to ask questions. All right, that's cracked. That is broken for sure. All right, what if I'm soft? What if it's one Raikou, you know? What if it is one Raikou? So you guys got to get adventurous with me. Some of you guys got to get adventurous. I'm already on one Raichu. At p.drummer97. All right. Do you want to go first? Yeah. Three Bravery Charm, 2 stone. I do like that. Right, because you're in an Arvenless build. And I actually have been agreeing with that. I think that the deck can move away from Arven. I actually do agree with that. Why? So you said you cut Earthen Vessel, though. That's fine. I found it. It's pdrummer97, yeah. I do think that you can go... No hands, huh? Oh, it's my turn? No Iron Hands? You think Iron Hands is that much of a trap? Hands is a scam in Miraidon? Bro, not a scam, bro, no. I think Does Miraidon still choose to go first, or does it just choose to go second now? I'm going to guess to deny other Arven decks, they're going second. You might just choose to go second, not so much because it's optimal for you, but because to deny it from your opponent. But Miraidon doesn't get the turn 1 attack going second every game. They definitely don't. And if anybody says that they do, they are lying to you. It is not something that happens every game. But yes, I think second is probably cool because it denies your opponent. That's what I was thinking. Choosing first, you can go turn 2 Judge Path. Yeah, right? I mean, but here's my major concern. This matchup's unwinnable. Isn't it, Jesse? We know this. We know this. This matchup is not good. It is very bad. That's probably fine. And then I think I just took Zapdos EX out, bro. I need to Zapdos EX got to go back in. Well, Wild Drummer, congratulations on your success over the weekend. I'm glad you had a good time with Miraidon, but I'm still not totally sold on it. Yeah, and Wild Drummer was playing 2-path. You're playing 4 Charm? Wild Drummer, you're playing 4 Charm now? I guess nobody expects the 4th Charm. Nobody expects the 4th Charm. Yeah, Charm is nuts. It is. Yo, the rope? They're running. They ain't got it, dude. I think, well, if they don't have it, we'll send Miraidon. Because I have this Zapdos powered up as a single prizer now. So I'm like, I don't want to give them a single prizer and then be like, well, Zapdos is just... Well, I guess I could give them the Mareep and then Zapdos has just got energy piled for Raichu later, but... Oh, okay. I have been thinking about cutting Arven a lot, though. I have. Especially if we're not playing Flying Peak. Because if you're not playing Flying Peak, then it's just like... I guess my beef with the way that you have the list constructed is that it's... Yeah, it's the 2 Forest Seal Stones, the 2 Raikou, and the Raichu. It's like there's only 3 targets for the Forest Seal Stones, so... But I guess you just... Yeah, I guess that's fine. But yeah, I've been thinking about that. Because I think Arven is worse. It's kind of getting worse. All right. could Iron Hands for 3 prizes eventually. You guys want to hit the button? Arving getting worse in Miraidon as you play less Pokemon V to put 4 Sealstone on. That's kind of my summation of it. As the deck starts to play less Pokemon V, hit button. Man. We're fine. You all are haters. How much damage you do? 120? But with it's 130 with Zapdos. Yo, I could hands them for 3. I guess I'm going to go paralyze them. And then the other Pokemon that I want in play. Yeah, maybe I ends up handsing somebody, you know? There's my trusty path right there. We'll give him the Vengeful Shock. See, that's nice. And we just need them to be stuck a little bit. I do think Pokestop, you know, that's... Pokestop's kind of a fun card. Isn't it? So then what do we got here? We got Research, potentially double Dynamotor. I got the hands out. I think my opponent may be disconnected. That or they have 0 things. And I just have a hard time believing that they have nothing in the hand. I guess I'm just knocking them out with Tapu Koko, huh? It's fine. Maybe I am. No, I thought JW said that his brother had his brother, said something that was really interesting about Generator the other day. Like, people love to hate on Miraidon because it plays Generator, but every single deck has its own version of Electric Generator. Some decks need to draw like a good combination of cards off of Beaverell in order to be successful. It's fill your hand to 5, right? And if you don't find the right ones, then you're in a bad spot. For some decks, it's finding a reasonable combination of cards off of 5 with Culbert's Experiment. You got to play Culbert's Experiment, but you can't see the wrong, combination of cards. Or some decks, it's like, I need to find a Battle VIP Pass on turn 1, right? And it's like, so for Miraidon, it's just, I need to, sometimes I need to find a Lightning Energy off the top 5 cards of my deck. And it's like, every single Pokemon deck has that. With Baxcalibur, is it not, I need to press this Pokestop and it needs to, find the right thing, right? Roaring Moon needs to hit Darkness Energy off Pokestop. It's like every single competitive deck has a version of that. Every single one. And it's like, oh, when I'm playing Lost Box, I need to Comfy and I need to Flower Selecting, but I can't find these 2 cards off of Flower Selecting, No, Red Cherry Goggles, that's where you're wrong. Every deck is mid. All decks are mid. Embrace mediocrity. Mid box, mid pal, mid ride on. That's right. Yeah, it looks as if my opponent is no longer here. That's fine. Maybe hands is a trap. Maybe hands is a trap. Maybe so. Take Mew out? No, literally the regional championship winning list just played Mew EX. Why would we take Mew out? I mean, this is just seems kind of boring. But this, low-key, this does seem like probably the best new addition. Like, this card is probably the best new addition for the deck, right? Like, unironically. And you could play 13 in a rod. Yeah, it's funny. It's like, really, there's not too much craziness. Right. There are times where you try to paralyze on a coin flip, so the auto paralyze must be good. You know, I don't know that it's been said as simply as that, Will, but you're right. You're right. I'll just go second. Yeah, we were playing Flying Pikachu just trying to paralyze people the old-fashioned way, and then this got to be good, right? All right, so what should I play for Full Grip League tonight? No, it's Standard League. Standard. GLC's tomorrow. Okay. Entei Valiant, huh? Roaring Moon, yeah. Cloth. Could be cloth time. That's right, baby. I mean, when you're good, you're good. When you're good, sometimes when you're good, you're really stinking good. Yeah, fine. Is it always hand disruption then fleet-footed after? Almost always, but I'm sure there are some select situations where it's not correct if you need something before the disruption, but it's almost always correct to judge and then fleet-foot. Yeah. Right? Because why would I fleet-foot before the judge? Like, what benefit do I have there? I'm just going to have to judge that card away, and then I don't get to draw an extra card. Right? Whereas if you save it for afterwards, it's like I can use those cards for the following turn because I already have everything I need. Yeah, so like if you have Path in your hand, then maybe you fleet-foot before since you're going to Path judge. Yeah. Yes. Yes. In that specific situation, I didn't have the Path yet, so you just save the fleet for afterwards. And as you can see, I fleet-footed into the Path, right? Perfect. That is a Charmander diff. Should have been this one. I don't think that he matters at all. No. But you know who does? He. And then I think knock that out. Got this Ultra Ball. Got this generator. I think it's just what are the odds of them vacuuming me? Yeah, I think it's this. I'm just doing that just so that I kind of have, you know, like obviously I'm playing down to 0, but I'm giving myself the Raichu Stone there. I still think Boss there is like a good play. You know, taking out the Bibarel is turbo annoying for these decks. So I like the Boss. I think it's fine. If they go vacuum, knockout, then like, okay, I guess. Basically, we're just going to... And now I get to paralyze them, right? Which is the whole point. It's like I'm using the Raichu, I'm going to promote the Miraidon, I'm going to research, and I'm going to paralyze them. and they don't have the Bibarel. Okay, we top decked Iono, but is that even what I want? Yeah, I think the Coco is actually kind of nuts. I think it's the best new card. So then I could Iono and just say, like, see what I get. All I need is a Lightning and an Ultra Ball, right? Ionoing them to 4 doesn't really matter. That or I go research and I have to hit 2, or Iono and I have to hit 1. I suppose we Iono and just say I'll hit 1. This thing with 260 hit points. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Oh, lordy. Yeah, well. All right, check this out. V-Star for Charm now. Right. I could V-Star for Charm, or I could V-Star for Generator and hit double Generator. I'm not going to hit double Generator. All right. I get to Charm. That'd be good. I really felt like I would hit a Lightning or a Switch or a Lightning or a Ultra Ball or something, but I guess there were 2 Ultra Balls in my disc, or a Flaffy even. I could have just hit a Flaffy. That's kind of sick. They have nothing. Oh, we're chilling, bro. Dang, why is this... Brother, where are my switches, dude? Holy smokes. Man. Okay. I guess I'm smacking him with the Raichu, dude. KO with Coco? I cannot. You have to have a Pokemon knocked out. Yeah, I have 2 energy, dude. Yeah, so it's Raichu time, which is not like what I want, but it's what it do. And then, yeah, they have 100 left, so I got to go. Yeah, Dynamic Spark. It's fine. The thing is, the Coco just makes it so that you can. We got Arvin. So now, yes, I'm down 3 generators. You know, maybe Miraidon is. Why is Miraidon calling me back, bro? Why won't she just leave me alone? Please, why won't she just lose my number? Me and Miraidon are done. You cannot Luminia. Oh, they got Force Seal Stone. All right. Well, yes, they can vacuum for K. Yeah, if they have it all. No, because the Miraidon's active. So no. It's because, yes, it's because Miraidon's the best path deck in the format. It's either that or Tina. Man. And is your Chen-Pao matchup really still like... Are we thinking that the Chen-Pao matchup is still fine? I'm not going to lie. This deck not having Bibarel, I've been playing a lot of decks with... Excuse me. Okay. So what are we doing here? Dynamotor. Part of me feels like it's just like Dynamotor pass. But I guess it can't really be that, huh? Could escape rope. I really don't want to leave myself with 0 energy on the bench. I don't have a pivot down. I could just send up Miraidon. Dynamotor again. And pass. That, or I can fast charge just right in front of them and be like... I don't like hate that play. Yeah. No, I don't need Raichu. I can Vengeful Shock. All right. Right. Because they got Charmander active, right? And like, I know how many mobility cards are in this deck. None. There are none, dude. The mobility is like trash in here. And they're down their rod. It's like... See? It's not a great spot to be in. Ah, they have the path bump. Oh, God. Here it comes. All right, so... And they had Boss. Here's Charizard. And they can get the extra energy into play. I win with Boss. Ooh, Iona to 2. Thank you. Defiance Band. So then I need to keep them from having jet energy. Or I need to find Boss. And they need to not have vacuum. And they don't. Okay. Ultra Ball for Mew? Yeah, I mean, that's just... We gotta do that. Okay. There's one boss in the deck. Holy smokes, that is not a lot. There's a rod. You gotta shoot your shot, right? Oh, I just win. If I draw into an energy... Wait, no. I'm doing 300 damage. It's not nearly enough. Okay, it's fine. Well... well, that's not great. Should have promoted Miraidon. I had 2 energy, but I guess probably. Yeah, I had 2 energy in my hand, but yes, maybe. I think we just go path paralysis, yeah. Because I'm only doing 300. Yeah. Arvin. If I play rope, there's no reason to play rope. Okay. Okay, fine. I just gotta hope that they don't have it. At this point, all they need is vacuum. God, I wish I had found the... I should have promoted Miraidon so that then I could have Arvin for Switch Cart and then healed it. And then that's like a... They could also find Jet Energy. Yeah, I think Cart, right? Yes, I should have gotten Cart. In hindsight, I should have gotten Cart, right? Because if they just win with vacuum, then that's yes. And I still could have done it because I could have retreated, Dynamoted to the Tapu Koko, switch carded back, right? Yeah. And they just have the back. All right, so that's on me. I could have played around that. I should have gotten the switch carts. That's on me. That's on me. Right. No, I forgot that I could play around that there. Dang, that was close. Mew is fine. I think Iron Hands just isn't really super viable in Miraidon. I feel like it needs too many energy. That's kind of the feeling I've been getting from it. Coco is more in line with like exactly what the deck wants to do. I do feel like you can alter the deck to be more Miraidon or more hands focused, but I just don't know that that's exactly what Miraidon wants to be doing. That's crazy. They asked me if I wanted to go first, and then they gave it to my opponent. What the heck? I'm slightly curious about this different kind of Roaring Moon deck. You know, with energy switches, and you know, and water energy. So I'm gonna try and cook this a little bit and see how I feel about it. I think Charizard is very good. Definitely do. Battle VIP pass. Let's get those guys. And then Battle VIP pass. And let's get another one of these. And one of those. They've only got one Charmander down. It's concealed cards. Okay, we got a Seda. So then we go Rope into Mew, and then we Mysterious Tail and see if we find like an Ultra Ball or Earthen Vessel or something like that, so that I can actually use this Seda for 2, which seems pretty good. I mean, knocking out the Luminian turn 1 is also just very strong, so obviously that's a fair play. But I feel like there's a lot we could do here. I mean, we could go turn 1, knock out the Bidoof, and if you get the Radiant Greninja going. All right, Mr. Toadscroll, sure. And let's see what we find here. Ultra Ball. It's a good card. Okay, so do we want Ultra Ball or do we want Earthen Vessel? I feel like Earthen Vessel probably is better. We've already used Ultra Ball. I'm getting like Mew, EX. Okay. Let's get Earthen Vessel. Yeah, Pokestop, canceling clone. Battle VIP pass. Okay. Pokestop. Battle VIP pass. Get the Mew. Yes, it does, but if it's in the active spot, it's not protected, so I could cross switch her into it. Ha, canceling clone. Okay, Squawk Seas. Now I just need a switch card. Well, no, I need more than that. Sad. Holy smokes. Yes, but now I cannot move this Mew out of the active. Fine. Well, the gang's all here. Yeah, I've not... There's like something here with like playing a gazillion items, but... What Toad Scroll EX, what turns off, or no, this into, oh, that's funny. So you could technically, Squawk, so like you don't even go for like, say if you've got like Seda and Dark Patch in your hand, just Squawk instead, just like no think, just Squawk. That doesn't, it doesn't always make sense, right? I mean, because sometimes you got to use your abilities before Squawk, right? But I guess there's some validity to that. Like, surely sometimes it makes sense to not Squawk first. It can't always be correct to Squawk first. Dang, got any Dark Patches? Cool. Got Earth Vessel. We got an energy switch. I need another energy switch. And I've got the cash money place. You guys think I have second energy switch right here? I guess I should dig first. Concealed cards. Holy smokes, we're doing it. Yeesh. And I had Canceling Clone in hand if there was a Jirachi. Let that sink in. Did I not even... Wait, did I use the Mew or no? I forget. Anyways, I think I was probably too excited. I think I just completely forgot to use Mew. Yeah, and they just concede. Yeah. All right, that was kind of crazy. Yeah, that was okay. All right, that was kind of schnasty. I'm not gonna lie. We had to fix a lot of the bad, irredeemable things about Grant's list, though. Like no Ultra Balls. Unforgivable. Dang, my opponent's just shirts off Wednesday. Okay. I'll try to think around about how I'm sequencing this, though, because I definitely am willing to believe that my sequencing with this deck could improve. It is, you know, well, I'm still learning quite a bit. So certainly willing to believe that. All right. Looks like I'm up against a Bax Caliber deck, and they're going first. We've got a pretty strong looking opening hand with Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel, Pokegear, Squawk. That all looks very nice. They've got Chien-Pao EX and Bidoof and another Frigibax. Okay, and they do not put Manaphy down. So, I mean, we could get the turn 1 Radiant Greninja. We just got to find double energy switch. It's possible. All right, so... Oh, there's a lot to think about. All right, let's start with an Earthen Vessel. Radiant Greninja's in the deck. Roaring Moon's in the deck. Squawk's in the deck. All right. Baby Mew is not in the deck, but that's fine. We have 4 energy switch as well, and we've got our waters. Okay. I mean, so there's a bunch of different things that I could do here. Because we could... So we want to get the Radiant Greninja, and then I think we'll just Squawk. That's fine. Radiant Greninja, attach water and Squawk. Yeah, I'm fine with that. And then how many energy do I actually want in the discard pile? I'll get at least 1 more in the discard pile. And we'll Squawk. Okay. Battle VIP pass. That's a good one to have there, and then we could say it as... Okay. We could say it a water and a dark. I mean, so I'm like kind of building the opportunity to either, you know, attack with Greninja or, you know, because I still got energy switch too as a potential out. We've got concealed cards. It's good. I can battle VIP pass for 1 more. So we'll do that. Get this guy out just to thin the deck a little bit more. And then we've got concealed cards. So we'll do that. And we find Pokestop and a rope. So we've got... I would need to find double energy switch. So that's probably... The Radiant Greninja is probably not happening. But if I even find 1 energy switch, I'm good for the attack. Just kind of thinking. All right, cool. I could Ultra Ball. I could Rope. And then I'm kind of down to just dig 6. You guys down to dig 6? I'm down to dig 6. Yeah, Rope, Ultra Ball. Because then we dig 6, bro. I mean, that's like not bad. Yeah, and then you just Ultra Ball and fail, right? And then you say, all right, restart. And then Pokestop. If I even just find a Dark Patch or an energy switch, I'm knocking out the Chien-Pao turn 1. There we go. So I unfortunately did not hit the double cross switcher. I did not hit the Radiant Greninja, but I was close. So we got... We should Dark Patch to this one. And energy switch to this one. And then double cross switcher and bring him up. Yo, this is definitely like the schnastiest. This is the schnastiest schnasty, I think. Yeah, that was, man, what a rush. Yeah, that was, man, there was a lot happening there. I drew I drew like 30 cards, man. What the heck? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. All right, but I am down a lot. I'm down all my cross switchers. I'm down 2 ropes. I'm down 2 Setas and 2 dark patch. That's fine. In the nude, bro? And it's time to restart the client. That was kind of okay. Hmm. Yeah. There's some things with Grant's list I just will very much disagree with. I think that you can't really convince me that MeWeX is not just a fine card to play in here to help you, churn through cards, and you can't really convince me that Ultra Ball is also not good in here. So Ultra Ball and MeWeX I think are just too important. I also will not be able to be convinced that 4 Darkness Energy is the optimal amount of Darkness Energy. No. Yes. You will not be able to convince me that 4 dark is optimal. No. Absolutely not. I don't know, Dank. I'm still figuring that out. Whether or not to go first or second. I'm playing 7 dark and 3 water right now. That's 4. Grant's list plays 4. All right, now we got to knock out the Frigibacks turn 1. Okay, this is one of those situations where it's like, all right, I got the Seta, the Dark Patch, all that. I think we just use their stop. And I don't want to hit Darkness Energy. I want to hit Battle VIP passes. I kind of have to hit Battle VIP passes. So I think we thin first. And then we stop. Pain. So then I have to say it is just to the active. Pain. But Yeah, give me him. Okay. Now I need VIP pass. Ultra Ball. VIP pass. Good card. VIP pass. Greninja. Squawk. Concealed cards. Ultra Ball. See, dude, look at what a bailout of a card Ultra Ball is, dude. You're just, if you think that Ultra Ball is not it in this deck, I think you're tripping. You're tripping bigly. And then technically, yeah, no. Yeah, then we just squawk. Right. And now we've got Mew EX that we can use to draw more cards. We can play that. Sure, wait. We got a Roaring Moon too. I like having Mew EX. It's fine, I'll keep the Roaring Moon in hand. We can attach that there. Ultra Ball away these. Fail it. Restart. I mean, shnikes, dude. Holy shnikes. Do I play a single prize attacker? You betcha. Right here, baby. Yeah, arguably the best single prize attacker there is. So, you know, now we're like, okay, if you don't get down 2 Frigibacks, I'm going to punish you handsomely. In fact, I could just get attack with Mew if I find 2 energy switch. There's a lot that could happen here. Okay, let's draw first. Ooh, Seda. Love that. So we're going to Seda the water up here, the darkness down here. Ooh, we got an energy switch. Okay, there's one. And I've got an earthen vessel. I've got an earthen vessel. All right. Give me a second energy switch, bro. Give it to me. I think that or cross switcher, either one, you're so ruined. You're so ruined. I mean, my God. Right? Like, holy smokes, dude. What? This deck is crazy. We just bring him up and bop him again, right? Like, what? I'll just save my resources. I guess you might as well put the energy somewhere. I can put it onto, I mean, if we just put it onto Greninja, then it's like I have that option. Okay. And then we Calamity Storm. Dude. 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 Bro. There's a lot going on here, man. It's like, and now we're threatening the Radiant Greninja. Like, if you just look at me wrong, I'm going to do this. Bro. Yeah, check this out. So we retreat into Radiant Greninja, just a Seda. Energy switch. Bro. This deck crazy. All right. I think I'm starting to see the vision. Oh yeah, the cross switch. Yeah. But yeah, there were some things that needed to be brewed just right. It feels like, yeah, this is crazy. Man, do we even need Iono? Do we even need like one copy of Boss? Oh, this is bad. And I guess that last game started with the same thing, and it's just I used Sada's Vitality for one. No, we're not playing Grant's List. Grant's List does not. No, Grant's List, irredeemable, bro. 4 Darkness Energy. There's nothing you can tell me that's going to make me think that 4 Darkness Energy is correct. There's also nothing you're going to be able to tell me that's going to make me think that no Ultra Ball is correct. Absolutely not. 4 Dark, bro? That's what I'm saying. Like, no. No. My God, no. You also don't need shoes. Shoes are such a, because here's the deal with shoes. It's like you're playing a card and you look at the top card and then you're like, I don't know, maybe I'll get this next card. But there's no guarantee. Yeah, it's just kind of ugly, honestly. I don't like shoes in this. I don't think it's totally necessary. I think my Radiant Greninja is prized. It is. Okay. We got to thin all the way, though. Right. And then we go Ultra Ball. By those. I guess I got the guaranteed attack if I just go for Mew, but I think we just want to Squawk instead, so. And then what are we looking for here? We've got 2 energy in the discard pile. I could hit another switch easy. So we just commit that energy to the Roaring Moon. Yeah, I mean, I've got energy switches too. So that's fine. We'll do that. Do I want any more energy in my discard pile? I want 1 more. Will I be at the San Antonio Regional? Yeah. Full Grip is bending. I will absolutely be there. Mew. Just get Mew. Dork Patch. Switch carts. Canceling Cologne. Restarts. Oh, that's okay, player one. I love meeting kids. It's great. Oh no, I should have. I should have roped. I was just not even thinking. I should have roped so I could Calamity Storm for knockout. Well. Yeah, what else could I do? User error. Right, I had the rope right there. I just needed to rope up the Comfy and knock that out instead. But I retreated without actually looking at my hand. So we really want Radiant Greninja. But Radiant Greninja is prized, unfortunately. The Radiant Greninja would be very good. Having only 230 HP does kind of bug me. Having 290 is sick. There's a silly stadium, man. Maybe if they'd put their own, Radiant Greninja into play. Then I could copy that. Add heavy ball. You could play one heavy ball. There's certainly like a decent argument for one heavy ball, yeah. You can't use. Oh wow, it's Tina. Can't use Japanese cards in tournaments, no. Unless you're in Japan. And they have Radiant Greninja down. Ooh, I got spicy plays now. Okay. Just got to knock me out of Tina. That's okay. This Roaring Moon has gone 2 for 2. That's okay. How is this deck better than any just straight Roaring Moon? This is straight Roaring Moon. What you mean? This is just Roaring Moon featuring Roaring Moon. That's just what this is. Turns out Radiant Greninja is just the best single prize attacker in the game. And it's like Energy Switch already kind of jives with the deck. I only like the Energy Switch if you're playing Radiant Greninja. And then it's like you might as well play them. Like if you're planning on attacking with Radiant Greninja, oh dude, you're sauced, man. Like you can't just not attack for that many turns in a row. Come on, nothing there, bro. That's fine. Okay. I'll try it again. And there we are. Bro, we're so close to the... Man. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I've got the knockout on the Tina. But God, how cool would it be to Greninja this Mew right now, you know? Or, yeah, copy, you know what I'm saying. The triple energy switch? Brother, that can't be optimal. And yet... Sheesh. All right, Mew EX is sauce, dude. That's what I'm saying. If you're playing the energy switches, why not also play Mew EX? Like, what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we're seeing the vision now. Yeah, for sure. Why not play Luminion to awkward? I don't know that you need Luminion. It's funny, with as many Switch cards as we played, this card is actually really good. Yeah, the gears are just better than Luminion. All right, if I'm playing one or the other, it's going to be the gears every time. Luminion's better if you're playing, like, boss. But if you're not playing boss, then don't bother. Right. If you're playing boss and Iono, then Luminion's fine. But if you're not playing those cards, then Luminion's not needed. Right, so now it's like... I think I don't have... It doesn't really matter. All I have to do is just kind of... I suppose they can set it up so that so that it's sudden death. That's annoying. Right. Oh, but I could also Mew EX the... That's nuts. Holy smokes, bro. I think... Dang, I really got... What's my switch count? 1 rope, 1 cart, 2 rope. There should be a cart left in there. I probably just retreat this energy. I think I'm okay with this. What do I actually have left? There is a cart left, yeah. And there's multiple stops, so playing the stop here is okay. Okay, there's only 1 cart left in the deck. And there's no energy switch left in the deck. So they're at 4 prizes remaining, so it doesn't really matter. There's not really anything they can do to win. So yeah, we just restart. Pokestop. Okay. Retreat. There's no energy left in the deck. Okay. We'll just Calamity Storm. And no need to discard. And there's our very extremely lazy Radiant Greninja. Yes, well, that's it, Gillen. It's like that's the thing is like every day, especially at the beginning of a new format, every day lists change so much. It's like lists, ideas, everything is changing at an extremely rapid rate right now. Like we're all figuring it out. That's why like deck lists are not just set in stone right now. It's this is part of the creative process. We're kind of figuring things out. And also, just because I'm playing a list a certain way right this second doesn't necessarily even mean that it's like my favorite way to play the list. I am bad at the game is what your best friend said. That is so sick, Dino Dink. That is so sick. Cheers to your best friend. Yes. All you have to do is point your friend to my Limitless page and say, compare that to yours, buddy. That's all you have to do. Yeah, so you could pull up my Limitless profile and just say, all right, now what does yours look like? Okay, and this is what Andrew's looks like. Okay, yeah. All right, do I have a... There's nothing left. There's a switch cart in there. But I don't think that... there's any way for me to prevent myself from... I've only got 1 prize left, but yeah, unfortunately I have to just go to sudden death because I don't have the switch card, I don't have a stadium. If I could find a switch card or a stadium, then I could, but that's fine. So we'll go to sudden death. Fine. He says the best deck is Chen Pao. Yeah. Yeah, some people, yeah, be haters just because I tell them that Chen Pao is bad. But can't you not squawk turn 1? Holy smokes. Yes, first player, but it won't let you squawk. Not on live. Fascinating. Well, Dino Dink, you can also tell your friends that I agree with them. Tricky Jim's washed, and that they are the best player ever, and that everybody should listen to what they have to say about the Pokemon TCG because they are just so smart. Yeah. How about that? Yeah. Yeah, you just tell your friend that, yeah, that. Yeah, tell your friend that they're a genius and that it was just bad luck that they haven't accomplished anything, and that, you know, and just good luck that I have. Yeah, that's all. All right, here we go. Sundeath can't squawk. Okay. Sure. So I think I just attach pass. And then I just gouging next. But if they... Do we go to double sudden death? If they like Cramorant me turn 1, and then I gouging a Cramorant, I'll probably get a Greninja. Well... Listen, they're not going to disrupt my hand turn 1. They like can't do that, so I get to just sit on this hand. Sudden or death? Listen, I'm not taking any chances. They are not going to disrupt my hand turn 1. We're just going to sit here, and then I've got... What? This game is so... Oh my god. That's not how it works! That's not how this works, bro! That's not how this works! You have 6 prizes, but it's first to take 1 wins. Oh my god. This client is a joke. That's not how it works. Oh my god. It's not how it works, bro. You can't Roxanne turn 1. You can't. That's not how it works. It's just not. It's not how it's supposed to work. So yes, you should choose to go second every single time in sudden death. Then. All right, I just need it. All right, that's fine. These 2 cards stink. You've got to be joking me. This is like, the fact that this is coded in is like, didn't anybody who knows how to play the game like actually develop this? Okay. So I think it's correct to stop first, because if I stop into a vessel, I win. And then if I gear into a Seda, I win. Okay. So you have to do this. All right. No, you don't gear first, because you don't gear first. You don't gear first because it's two different win cons. But if you gear first and then you stop into a... Oh my God. This is so scuffed, bro. That's from black and white. It has changed since then. Yes. That's the way sudden death used to work. It changed in like 2016. Are they at 10? No, they're at 7. They changed sudden death in like 2015 because of the end of one stuff. Good God. So sad, bro. That was the most cursed. We're playing sudden death as it was in 2010, but it has changed since then. Oh, tournament used tiebreaker games, which are different from sudden death. So why would they still have sudden death, bro? Like that. Anyway, that's not how they do it in tournaments anymore, I guess. But I don't know why. So then what's the point of having that anywhere? It's like if they don't use... Sudden death is for casual play? Dang, bro. I guess I'm not casual enough. Roxanne turn 1, bro? I mean, I guess. I just didn't know that that's what I was getting into. I thought I was going to go into a tiebreaker, which is exactly what tournaments use. I guess I should have. All right. So maybe in that sequence, maybe you do gear first, right? Maybe I do. Should have geared for. Oh yeah. Well, okay. So my thought process was valid in that I was like, okay, you stop first because if you find Vessel, you just win, and then you gear. Was there not a? Well, and I think so. Maybe we just gear first, and we say like, all right, I gear for Seda, and I just win with the Seda rip, right? And then as the fallback plan, I go for stop, and then I have to hit Earthen Vessel and another card off the stop in order to win. It was like a valid thought process, but I got eternally punished for it. I thought, I don't know. It's interesting. Exactly. I could have also hit, it is interesting to think about. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to be thinking about that one all night, though. And I don't know why I don't know why they have confusing messaging about the sudden death situation. Like, I've been playing this game for 10 years, and I just assumed that sudden death used to be one way and then switched to the other way after the 2015 national championships where Jason Klaczynski abused the sudden death system to win a national championship, right? I just assumed that sudden death was done away with, but like for some reason it's back on the client, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. Because they even changed the way you do prize penalties and stuff, right? Like, it used to be like, oh, you were awarded 2 prizes. Now in a tournament, it's like you take 2 less prizes to win. Yes. So, like, almost everything in the Pokemon TCG in a competitive setting is now done in a way where you're never at 1-to-1 prizes to start, and you never are like given an advantage in the game by being limited to prizes. You know, it's sudden death with 1 prize is in the Paradox Rift rulebook, but that's not how it goes in tournaments. So that's just for. So I guess for. But why would they have it set up like that for casual play if that's not how they do it in tournaments? Why? Because that's not what they do. It's not what they do in tournaments. In tournaments, they do a tiebreaker, which is you set out 6 prizes. It's not how it goes in tournaments. It's not. Yes, tiebreakers and sudden death are 2 different things, I guess. But why does sudden death still exist if tiebreaker just... In the Japanese tournament, they did it to one prize? Huh. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is that, like, there's going to be a lot of games resolving this way. Are you guys want to turn one Greninja them or something? I know. I know. I should probably just squawk away the Seda. I know I should. Because now I'm like, okay, I don't necessarily want to. I guess just getting the turn 1 attack is still good, and I can just Greninja later. So that's fine. Oh, well, now I really goofed up. It's fine, though. I got another. So I'm looking for a dark patch. I don't even have a darkness energy in the discard pile. Okay. It's fine. So I really want a dark patch here. Do not find one. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'm interested about what the sudden death rulings are. So, like in a tournament, I've always been told that it's just first to take, you set up a 6 prize game and then the first to take prize wins. Right? Okay. Then why? All right, so Will Chef says you're right when game 1 and 2 conclude. Okay. Right. So in a 50-minute best of 3, and we're in game 3, and it ends with a double knockout. But when you're trying to determine the conclusion of game 2, you do it the other way? No way. There's no way there's 2 different tiebreakers that you could use in a best of 3. No way. Oh, there's no sudden death in TPCI tournament play. Okay. Okay. I was going to say, there's literally no sudden death. They will not put you to 1 prize card in TPCI tournament play. They will not do that. I'm pretty sure they stopped doing that in like 2015. Right? Huh. All right, well, now we got to pull off the Seda cross switcher play. Come on. I've got all 3 energy in the discard pile. I just need some energy switches, dude. But I've got nothing right now. Come on, man. There's one energy switch. And then playing down the stop. Getting rid of the... That's fine. Three. So much pain, bro. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far. Goodbye, friends. Yeah, that's pretty good. Huh. Well, now I'm all tripped up about tiebreakers. So I think that my... Right, you will never go to one prize in an official tournament. Exactly. Which is why I'm so bewildered at why do they have that? Does that not just confuse players, right? Does that not like just simply confuse players by having multiple different like game end scenarios like that? Why? What is the function? What is the purpose? But PTCL just coded correctly, yes, for that. But why? So then the question isn't about why the developers coded it that way, because obviously it is that way in the rulebook, but then why is it that way in the rulebook if they don't use it anywhere? No, you don't, Big Diesel. No. It's just a card game. That's why the card game is all they do over there. that's like what they do as a company. It's not a platform for tournaments, and I get that, but then my beef is why are there multiple conflicting ways of resolving a tied game? Like, one of them is old and has just been around forever, and they stopped using in tournaments in 2015, and the other one's the new one that they've been using in tournaments since 2015, but they still kept the old one around for why? It seems just silly and confusing, does it not? I reckon no one reads the rule book, so every set they just do a copy and a paste. Yes, but even for casuals, it's confusing because you have this division between the competitive rule set and the casual rule set, which for no reason. Yeah, I'm willing to believe that it just kind of just got carried over just because, and it didn't really come up that much, so who cares, right? All right, and they're going for Mew. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, getting Roxanne to 2 on the first turn of the game and sudden death on live just gave me significant brain damage. So I just received psychic damage from that. So there we go. Okay. Let's go. Kind of just got the, got the sauce, really. So Ultra Ball for Squawk and just go. Double Dark Patch. Yeah. Yep. Now we've got no energy. And I need a Setas, and I don't have that either. Okay. And I don't have Mew EX. It's prized. So I just have to get a little lucky. Okay. We tail. There we go. Okay. And rope. I did not play a Setas this turn. Yeah, we just did not find. You don't know how close to devastation you are by promoting that mana fee, but that's fine. I'll let you do it. Okay. And then I'll Earthen Vessel away. I'm gonna say you ain't getting the mana fee back out. That's just what I'm saying. I'll discard the stadium so that you don't have it. No, this is no longer Grant's list. We played a few games with Grant's list, and Grant's, yeah, no, I was not super into it. Grant's list only plays 4 Darkness Energy and no Ultra Balls, which is not something that I can really get behind. Yes. Maybe his brain is just too big for me. But no. Grant's list is behind a paywall, Jesse, so it's on Poke Beach, but it's behind the paywall. All right, we got Luminion. But I still am, yeah, no Ultra Ball seemed like that was crazy, because there are so many situations where it's like, especially if you're only playing like 7 energy, just so many situations where Ultra Ball was just okay. So now go say it as Vitality. And then Pokestop. And then Churn. I don't quite have it. Dark Patch here. Energy Switch that over there, and say bring up the Bibarel and knock that out. That's fine. Thank you, Paul, for that commentary there. Fantastic. It's good stuff. What other Pokemon could we power up with energy switches and stuff? Mew EX. You wonder what the average viewer age is here? We've done that before. It's over 30. Yes. Our proud over 30 crowd here. Let's see. Send up the moon. Ain't no tools in this list. Okay. That's right, Jesse. You know, that was sad. But that's fine. Okay. So let's see, what can we do? I mean, I have a route. I have a actually kind of an easy route here, in a way. Yeah. It's kind of messed up, but I need to find a Pokemon to Seda to, though. And they're playing Arven. Okay. Why would you do that? Don't ride the... Man. This is so cringe. All right, well, they've used their jet. Okay, here's the deal. They've used their jet. And there ain't no more switches in there. They've got boss. Yeah, if this is the Heavenly Kings list, then maybe they're just Ultra Balling for the Bibarel. No, they're getting Manaphy. Okay. Yeah, you don't have another switch. Right? So I think I'm kind of just chilling low key. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna need one of your finest Ultra Balls here. There we go. It's good. Okay. Yeah, thank you, RPN 003 for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. I'm not gonna lie, playing this game without Mew EX is like horrible. I have one cross switcher in the deck. I don't even have two cross switchers. I think I just, well, I don't necessarily lose. Yeah. We can wait a turn, yes. But I can't gust. You know what I mean? They grab the boss, yeah, but they can't attack. They play two jets. My God. That's sauce. I got sauced. Dang. That felt like one I should have won for sure. I think that's, I mean, honestly, it feels like a Mew EX difference. Like Mew EX just not being in the deck there at the end of the game. The double whiff on the gear at the end of the game, but I only had one Zeta left, but like that double whiff was really bad. Yeah. Yeah, scale pop-up. Whenever you have an attack that says something like, this attack can't be used next turn, all effects on a Pokemon get removed when they go to the bench. Yeah. So the bench removes all effects. It removes every effect that could be on a Pokemon gets removed when it goes to the bench. Almost all effects. Not all effects. Sometimes, not everything, but sometimes. Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, most of the time. Like all special conditions get removed, and all effects like, not being able to attack, that gets removed. But if you have an effect like Garchomp's Sonic Slip, that effect does not get removed when it goes to the bench. So I don't know why, but like, yeah. What doesn't get removed? Like Garchomp's Sonic Slip doesn't get removed, right? Effects of abilities don't get removed. Because it's an ability. All right, so yeah, all effects of attacks get removed, but effects of abilities don't necessarily get removed. All right, that helps. Yeah, okay, that's the difference. Yes. See, there we go. But all special conditions get removed. Obviously, you can't have a special condition on the bench. Play Manaphy. Manaphy. You got the Manaphy out. You. Getting the Manaphy out. It's fine. And I'm going to do the concealed cards just so that I have the opportunity to dark patch to the Roaring Moon. That's fine. I can get rid of the Ultra. Get rid of the... all that. That's all good. It's fine. Grab that. Do that. Do that. Dark patch. And then... Squawk and Seize. Okay. And... Pain. It's fine. I'll do things the hard way. I guess I should see. All right. There we go. Holy smokes. I don't have nearly enough energy in the discard pile. But that's okay. I don't have cross switchers or anything like that. They've got 2 Pokemon in the Lost Zone. That's fine. Kind of don't hate just powering up Mew a little bit. Like putting an energy on Mew is not bad. And then we can just Calamity Storm, discard, yeah. We'll do that. The deck list for the Elite Four, I found them on Twitter. Hmm. Oh, they're in the Discord? Cool. You're stalling? My turn. Love to see that. We got Earthen Vessel. That's good. I can get rid of this Squawk. Don't need that. Okay, grab those. And concealed cards 1. That's fine. Can Earthen Vessel away this. And then gear. Beautiful. Only 1 energy in the discard pile still. Feels like I'm not... Like, come on. We should have 2 energy in the discard pile. How about no? Fine. Still was not able to find double cross switcher yet. It's fine. They're kind of spinning their wheels. That's okay. I'll just put the second energy on Mew, so that's kind of like there. And just Calamity Storm. And I will bump Stadium again, because they're kind of really struggling over there. That's fine. And there should be cross switchers. There should be 1 canceling cologne left. All 4 of my stops are in the discard pile. Yeah, they just got nothing. Cool. That's cool. Right, the most average loss 17 a game, that's for sure. I gotta say, I'm having fun playing this deck. It's kind of fun. The colognes are just so that you're not... You can't just, like, have Radiant Greninja and just be like, they won't play Manaphy. Like, that just doesn't happen, right? So I've got 2 right now. Zorobox is hitting on the late night? Ooh, Zorobox, you say? Interesting. Sure, Bretts. You got it. You know, sticks with the Zorobox. Interesting. Zorobox, huh? You're so right, Liencio. This is the best game ever made. I was a fool not to see it. You're right, Liencio. You're right. I was a fool, stuck in my ways. How could I not see the majesty that is this amazing piece of software? Man. 2 Setas. Two Setas is so bad. Enterprise, Radiant Greninja, and Mew EX? Man. Alright, it's fine. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't play 4 Dark. Okay. Here we go. I should have VIP passed first. I was tripping there. Okay. That's fine. Dang, I got mods preying on my downfall. This is messed up. I'll keep it. Jesse, you've gotten real good at doing the dragon fling motion to search your deck quickly. Goodness. It was like 10-1 odds. I'm just doing what Brandon would have done. See, that's why I left the stop out, because I was like, dude, they're just going to have the worst stop experience of their life. That's why I left it there. Thank you, Sky, for the sub and the 27 months. Appreciate that. Yo, you're going to have Abyss Seeking right in front of my face. Like that. The disrespect. It's about right. Got no energy in the discard pile, but dang. Actually, I should have done this first. I'm tripping, but that's fine. Dang. Okay. Well, discard it. Skadoosh. And I'll take my 2. Ah, that's right, Birdkeeper, yeah. So, all right, what's up with Zorobox? What do we think about Zorobox? This Roxanne is kind of schnasty, but they can't knock out my Roaring Moon, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't completely fold to Lost Zone box. My experience, I mean, I played it at a cup, and it was okay, but it felt like harder to win with it than it is to win with like other decks. It felt like even your Guardy matchup wasn't great. Oh, well, this stinks. Yeah, you're so mad. Yeah, you're livid. A darkness energy? Calm down, deck. The Zorobox is 801 now, playing a Togetic that bodied Snorlax Stall. Zorobox. Zorobox, huh? Togetic? Togotic. Togetic? What? I can't. Togetic? I priced a lot of energy this game, to be fair. Playing Turo in the... Holy moly. You should be able to just click on the event and just see the list right there, because all online tournaments are open deck. Should be. Oh, they're streaming. Oh, that's pretty hot. Cool. Well, maybe we'll raid them. Oh, don't try to stick my Roaring Moon. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to win without Radiant Greninja or Mew EX was like pulling teeth there, but that's fine. We got there. All right, chats. That is going to do it for the stream. Nice long stream today. Been having a lot of long streams lately as we test out the new decks. Let's see. Late nights. Blue here. Zoroark deck list. We're gonna raid this player here in just a second, but just to show you guys, the Zoroark list that is 801. Apparently right now, if you want some Zoroark spice, here we are. You gotta be kidding. Just for the control matchup, baby. Holy cow. Okay. Not a single switching card, though. That was like my issue with the deck, is that you can just get stuck. There's not a single switching card in here. I mean, I was playing Jets and I was still worried about getting stuck. But there's a Turo, I guess. All right, just the Turo. That's it. Yeah. Okay, Turo. That's one. Let's see. What is the players? Let's see. What is the player's screen name here? There we are. We're gonna raid them. All right. Go cheer on. They're about to be 901. They're gonna farm this Baxcalibur. I'll see y'all tomorrow.